But this is basically a enterprise fund too, right? So
Yes, sir.
basically, he's gonna have to adjust
His rates.
his rate to pay for his budget. So that's
Yes.
one thing I'm trying to consider too. Do we, you know, every dollar you increase here is gonna affect what you charge the public. So we kinda need to find the sweet spot.
Need to probably consider doing that this year, but having them look at and see how they look at all their equipment and how it needs to go out, and so we can look at, you know, increasing the need for the budget monthly, you know, adding to it and everything
Yes.
by a certain amount. And that's really what we should do with a lot of the accounts, the police cars, you know.
What do you think, Judge?
No, that's a great idea, but I think we are planning on increasing the rates, right?
Yes, I do have a plan to propose a 2-cent hike in fees for solid waste and vegetation.
Maybe look with the auditor to see if that'll fit, everything would fit in to find out, maybe set some money aside.
We can look at it, we'll work with Mr. Jones.
Absolutely.
Would you be opposed to us maybe not increasing your budget that much this year if somebody was being set aside to buy a new piece of equipment? You know, like, you're talking about $25,000 increase this year.
If it's working towards the goal of obtaining a new machine, I would not be opposed to that at all.
Total is 91,000 for that department increase.
No, for the whole department,
Yeah,
yes.
for the whole
Yeah,
department.
yeah, and I was talking that one piece of equipment, or just that one category alone is a significant increase, so you're right, that's something we could,
And that doesn't even include salaries.
no.
But also, you know, we're projected to be at 110, and, you know, we budgeted for 110, but before then, the closest was 59,000. You know, so we
Actually,
budgeted-
I'm sorry, in 1 year, it was over 90,000, so
Oh, yeah.
it just kind of fluctuates.
No, that one year.
Depends on the age of equipment.
2023, I guess that Tony's trying, that's what Joey's trying to avoid.
And I did get, just to put it out there, I did get from one of the vendors that paid
You're- and-
process that would go
The
towards the
the use
machine.
of the transport station is pretty much linear, isn't it? I mean, you have some months that you have more than others, but you probably come up with a pretty good average over the last 24, 36 months and see what that is and look at that appreciation of each year. Because I know that, you know, everything gets older and everything, but, you know, to set aside first of all, 110,000, that seemed to me like an awfully large increase unless you are purchasing something that we haven't purchased yet. I think that'd be good to look at. I mean, Jackie didn't have about anything else to do.
Has the county bought equipment like that on payment plans or something like in the past?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner, not as long as I've been here, we haven't done.
I didn't
any of
think we
the
had, that's why I was
purchase.
just, you
But,
know.
I mean, it is an option if commissioners choose to do that.
Well, budgets as a whole, unless you have some sort of catastrophic loss, should be fairly linear going out as to appreciation. I realize that doesn't, some of them are 9,000 go to 100,000, but that's always the exception, not the rule. But budgets should be able to figure if you're gonna do in budget line items that we can control, if you're gonna do more than 15% increase over the year, you really need to have a good reason. And I think that by putting that over time, set it up, and then when you've got enough money in there, then, you know, it's already money that's on hand, that's already prepaid, then you buy the equipment. And I think that's a better way of doing it. I really do. And there's no interest, nothing like that.
I was gonna say, it's like a sinking fund, but I don't know if
Right,
you have that.
basically it is.
Yeah.
It's a sinking fund where you're just
Absolutely.
funding your depreciation each year.
We're looking at what, 17%? increase in his budget just for the transfer station alone, something right at that anyway. If we could put then some of that in the capital investment instead of O&M, that'd be better, I would think.
Yeah, I think so.
Is that it? Is that it? Okay. Miscellaneous repairs and maintenance, asking for 4,000 to bring it up to 10,000. And then insurance premiums from asking for $1,306 to up to $14,600.
And that's just what it is. I mean, there's no manipulating that except for adding extra second years. So, I mean, that's just whatever the market says. Okay.
All right.
Land and buildings, asking for $31,500, taking it to $46,000. This is for land and buildings.
What did that entail?
I had put the LED sign in there, but based on our conversations with hope getting a machine, that's something that I could somewhere else, like towards that. Most definitely. Office furniture and equipment, asking for 5,000 more to bring it up to $50,000. Our small I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Our small equipment from 3,000, asking for 3,000, taking it to $13,000.
And what would be small equipment at the transfer station?
Just the weed trimmers and blowers and truck mounted machinery that I need to get for the mechanic, so he can,
How's the mechanic issue working now?
he's doing an awesome job.
Wow.
He's awesome, saving us a lot of money.
And that's the result that you've seen machinery and equipment? So it dropped it $4,500. So you anticipate that we're gonna save, you're looking at 6,400 here today, we're at 33, we're halfway through, so that looks like pretty solid.
Yes. That's all I have.
This your first budget?
I'm sorry?
This your first budget with the county?
Second.
Okay.
I was here a couple of weeks ago.
I mean, first year.
But yes, first year was that, yes.
Good job.
Thank you.
So that whole department at the end of the day is about a 11.5% increase.
So if whatever we increase, we gotta make sure his cost increase at the
Right.
gate goes accordingly.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Sir.
Anybody else? Madam Clerk?
You want to get some of
Yeah.
these?
Oh, okay.
Can we get Doc?
Oh, Doc, hey.
He's next, since Misty will be here all day with
Sounds
us.
good.
Captive audience.
You're not going anyplace.
Doc always takes so long.
All
How are
right.
you doing this morning?
Doing well. Good morning.
Change this. We are on page.
41. I know you proposed like a part-time
Well-
contract. Is that in here?
Actually,
It is-
contract, I don't need a part-time, I need.
Not part-time, but contract?
It is not added in here.
Okay.
Because I'm just waiting
Yeah.
on the decision to say yes or no
Okay.
before I add it. I have a note, you guys can't see it on your screen, but it does have a note out here. He is requesting it, $3,000.
I think last time we were gonna see about how many hours is that? You were gonna do some,
Well,
Yeah.
an off-duty deputy's probably getting, I think, $50 an hour, 50 to 55, so I don't know. It's not a lot of time,
right,
but it may be the times that we need to have something.
And then we shared with both constables.
Huh?
Is that total for both constables?
Yeah, I would think that, huh?
I said, I'm back here.
I would think it would probably cover both of us. I don't expect to really need to use it more than a couple of times if we need to. But the schools that we gotta get into, we've gotta do them so far in advance, to get into them. But when you cancel one, you're not gonna get one another year or two down the road. So I've had to cancel last year twice on
Schools aren't
some.
the same as what you're asking for right now.
Huh?
Schools aren't the same as
No, but-
$3,000 for a
But
off-duty.
the reason that we might need somebody is if they've set a court, and sometimes they set a court within a couple of days, especially these bond hearings. You know, we can find out this afternoon, we got a bond hearing tomorrow.
So you're talking about 60 hours for, at $3,000, it was $50 an hour. You're talking about $60, 60 hours of available.
Available time if we need it,
Yeah.
yeah.
Is that accurate time?
That's only $5 a month.
Yeah, that would be if, you know, and I don't really expect to use that much, but in case that, you know, we ran into a really big problem or something. with
So if
something.
you're thinking about using it for somebody that's working in JP court, kind of like a bailiff, when you put it in the court's budget instead of the constable's budget?
we'll put it
We
somewhere.
did
Yeah.
talk about that too last time, and
Mhm.
yes, it is typically whenever anybody does work for that court, that would be charged in that court's
Mhm.
departmental budget, not.
So we don't have a budget that handles all the courts, the district courts and the county courts and the JPs are all separate?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So if we ever look at making one fund for bailiffs for all of them, don't they come out of the same pool?
Please don't do that. They all function so differently, all the laws are different. The other courts have very scheduled times, and people know in advance. JPs are the only ones that have quick hearings,
Yeah.
other than that in extradition or juvenile.
And you're talking about strictly for JP court?
Huh?
You're talking about strictly for JP court?
Yeah, yeah, this is, in case that, you know, one pops up while we're out of town or something like that even. While we're out of school, one could pop up and everything. The sheriff's office has been really good so far on handling a lot of them, but sometimes what you get from them is, well, we don't have the manpower, or, you know, we don't have anybody available. And we've run into that was even here lately with some papers being served when we're out of town, that nobody can serve them because they don't have somebody available.
Is this $3,000 for you and constable for precinct 2 also?
I would think both of us could do that, don't you think?
I mean, that's,
I believe that would be more than sufficient.
Yeah.
3,000 together or 3,000 each?
No, together.
Together.
Yeah.
There's been a couple of times where you've come to my office right after it happened, you're like, we need another person, so like,
And there's
happen
sometimes
a lot,
when we
yeah.
may have a bad court, and we may ought to have somebody in there. We had last year, the first time I've had to wear a tactical vest and everything, and have officers in there because we had somebody threaten to blow the place up if he came to court. Luckily, he was arrested the night before, but they looked for him for 3 days before that and couldn't find him. So it was like, you know, we didn't know until he was arrested until that morning.
Now, with did the legislature change that schools were not going to have, that they were going to have certified law enforcement officers to watch over it rather than just school cops? Didn't they change that rule, or is that something that they haven't done
I
yet?
don't think there's such thing as a school cop. I think they have to
Yeah,
be law enforcement anyway.
Do they report to the school board, or do they report to the sheriff? I mean, the superintendent?
They report to either way, whatever the school district wants to do. Some school districts have their own, and some actually sub out from the cities and counties.
This school district has their own.
I think Aransas Pass,
Police department.
I think Aransas Pass is,
We're not worried
they've
about
got their own
that.
city,
We're
the city guys do theirs. And they'll put like, they also put like a security guard in there with them in the schools, a security guard.
On this money, where would it go? Whose budget would it go under, or where would it go?
Well, if we are discussing that could work together, then we would probably put 1,500 in JP1 and 1,500 in JP2. But now, really considering this, we would have to set this person up on payroll, not as a contract, because it would, or anybody, it would have to be as a part-time, temporary.
So
on
if you used a
payroll.
different one every time that you did it, would it create a problem?
I mean, it wouldn't create a problem, but how easy is it to find somebody with qualifications that is able to do it?
Well, you probably want to come up with a list of
Yeah, we
people
come up with a
to
list
pick
of
from.
Of whatever,
And you would have to find somebody in enough time, though, for HR to handle new hire paperwork. Even though it's a temporary status, they still have to go through the process of being set up as an employee and.
That leads me to a
What's
quick
the difference between temporary status and part-time status?
Temporary status is not eligible for retirement, TCERS, whereas a part-time person is more of a permanent part-time person and they earn retirement, TCERS.
okay, benefits.
Correct.
I don't know if the sheriff still got part-time bailiffs or not.
The positions are available. They are having a very difficult time finding people who want a part-time bailiff position.
Right.
That's the only problem. So that's why I say when, I don't know how easy I
It's gonna
get
be.
it. Yes, 100% need it, but we're having a hard time finding people.
Money goes to Phyllis Lodge.
Right.
And that is a common problem, especially when we're talking about
So
a
you know,
window where it might be
the
24
law that
hours
allows
prior.
us to only have 2 JPs and 2 constables has a population cap, and once we hit that, we will have to go to 4 constables and 4 JPs and get back to it.
Is that 30,000 population? 35?
I don't remember what it was. I'm thinking it was 25 or 50, but I don't remember the number.
I always heard 50, but
There's a
I'm
number
not
that,
sure.
and we're not, I don't know that we're that far from it, and maybe this is a sign that we're close to it.
I
Well-
looked at that last year, Commissioner Castellan, I can't give you the exact number, I can tell you we are approaching it.
Yeah, I know we're close, and I know we talked about trying to get the legislature to kick the number up, but maybe this is a sign that we're getting closer than we thought.
And the other thing too, is both constables are busy. They're busy right now, just doing stuff outside of court, serving notices and things like that. They're busier doing other things than being in the court during court, the court action. And if we don't do it this year, we're gonna definitely have to do it next year.
our
I don't care about that.
workload increases every year.
Every year.
More people you get here, the more you're gonna have. We're a county of a lot of rental property. And one of the biggest things we have is evictions. And rid of re-entries, rid of reconnections. So, I mean, it's just not just one thing, but it's a lot of, we do more civil than anything. But it's a lot of civil papers and everything. And it's not gonna go lower, it's gonna go more.
Any other questions for Doc?
And the only increase other than that was fuel, just in case. I don't know what the price of fuel is going to be next year and all like that. But it's probably going to increase or whatever. But also, with more papers, there's more running. Sometimes you got to run all the way to Randall's Pass and back again 3 or 4 times or something with a subpoena. There's one lady we did 9 times to finally get her served. By the time she paid the fine, it was actually probably more or less than what my gas was going to serving her.
Well,
But,
you're at almost 60% of your total budget year to date,
yeah,
about 55%. So you're only looking at an increase of $200. Looks like you're gonna have a hard time staying within your budget this year,
mhm.
so.
And that's me with putting gas in the thing myself. I also pay about $500 a year to keep it clean over here at the car wash thing. It's 40 something a month that I pay to keep it clean. And then, and I always put a tank of gas now and then in it, cover, like going to breakfast or something like that. But what kills us a lot of times is while we're out doing a writ of possession or a writ of reconnection or something, we're sitting there with it running.
Oh, yeah.
It's a lot of times we got to sit somewhere to watch something getting done, and either mosquitoes or the heat or whatever else. But also, it's just it's a fair-sized county when you're running back and forth to different places, and subpoenas is what kills us. Every time we got to go serve subpoenas, if they're not home the first time, they may not be home the second or third time. And I've got 90% of the bypass in my precinct, two-way stations. We have a lot of criminal court and a lot of subpoenas bringing people that want to fight their ticket. And we have we got all the county, and we got a lot of the animal control charges that get charged.
All right. All right, thanks, Doc. Gavin. Page 42.
Well, like I said last time, the only thing I had asked for was a change in my mailing, my postal, and Tana got back with me and said, here's where the money was coming from in your budget, and here's where we put it back into postal, so it should be accurate. No other changes besides that. I do want to point out that not only the sheriff's office, but Doc and I both try and fill in for each other, but there are times when we can't. I get called, hey, can you fill in? I'm sorry, I'm in my own court right now. In fact, when I'm done here, I've got 2 writs of possession that I got to go do.
So I'm kind of curious if they can get people to take bail.
I think it's going to be difficult to
How
fill.
much luck are you going to have filling what?
Realistically, it is, can you legally, for the county, put the rate hourly high enough to incentivize an off-duty officer from somewhere else to come work here for an hour or 2 as a bailiff? And I don't know the legality of that, whether it's capped at what a deputy makes, or can we say, yep, it's $50 an hour because that's the going rate for off-duty. Well, between 50 and 75 is the going rate for off-duty. If I'm going to go sit out at a job site somewhere, it's between 50 and 75 hours that you pay me to do that job. But that's a Tana question, not a me question.
Isn't there usually minimum, like 4-hour minimum or something like that?
There is usually a 2-hour minimum.
Okay, 2. Okay.
So you may use them for, I've had transfer companies use an officer for 45 minutes, but they paid for 2 hours.
And that would probably be something that would be expected on this to make it at least halfway attractive.
Right, and I don't know. With a private company, you set what your hourly is, and you both agree to. With a government organization, I don't know the legal steps in there. That would be auditor, county attorney to answer those questions.
All right. Thank you.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I can mention that one thing we do is we do save a lot of money on those, because every county around usually sends 2 officers to do a writ of possession or writ of connections. Some places in Houston, they send 4. Some places they send a SWAT team with them. But when we go to the training in the Sheriff Association, the sheriff should probably realize this when we did a class here not long ago, that's the increase now. And we just do it ourselves. We do save the county some money.
Thanks, Doc. Renee?
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Okay, page 38.
Where are we at on 38? Facilities. I have not had anything come up that I need to change, other than what I had said in the first budget hearing. I am asking for a change, I guess, it would be considered a step change for Roberto Garcia. Promotion for HVAC, lead HVAC maintenance technician. That group is a 1511 now. I'd like to make it an 18-8. This comes with anticipation that another fellow maintenance technician is becoming a HVAC technician very soon into next year. So we do have maintenance technicians that perform preventative maintenance on all of our equipment. And so that being said, I think that they need to have somebody that's out there that's a lead that can instruct and watch and make sure that things are being done the way they are required to be for the certification. So.
That's something your people are dealing with daily, right? Pretty much with the HVAC systems
Yes.
and all that?
Yes, especially now.
Yeah.
So. And the other thing is just to ask for the ability to give a one-step increase upon a review, a successful performance review for everyone.
Do you want to go over pathways or pathways?
What line item did we add that in? The 450 History Center? We did increase in pathways. I think it was a 450.
That's on a different page up.
Yeah. So,
Look, start on page 90.
What page?
Page 90.
90.
like 92,
92. Pathways is several pages.
Mhm.
94.
So, in our first budget hearing, I did not include the interior windows framing of I guess there's probably about 15 windows that need to have some repairs done to the framework. I did try to get numbers to have those windows replaced.
This is History Center?
History Center, yes. That, I was told that we would be spending a lot more money than we would want to do to have those windows replaced and to keep up with the historical value of that home and that building. So I've gotten some numbers on doing some maintenance and some repairs to the inside. So that comes out, I believe it was.
$50,000 is what we have.
Yeah, $50,000 to that. And we will repair those windows, one or two at a time, and then as we go, probably the following year, I'll ask for additional monies to do repairs.
That's not showing on this though, right?
Correct. It is not on there. We did
I
not
added it after the fact.
talk about this.
That would be
until-
450, adding 50,000?
Yes, sir. So making that total 58,000.
That's my fault, I didn't add it to the budget last time we met.
So is that funded from the?
Yes, sir.
Most of that damage is just age and believe it or not, termites. So.
And doing it right.
Yeah. But he's made a big improvement on the quality of that building right now, so.
Thank you.
The work you are doing now, and you took off several layers, it's always been Band-Aid. And
Right.
so nothing's really been fixed fully.
Right. It
or
is
correctly.
now.
So now we're doing it, yeah, we're doing it good.
Restoring it.
Absolutely, yep.
It looks good. And that's all I have.
I do have a question back on the facilities one, the insurance premiums.
Yes.
That's going up 171,000. Did we switch something?
Anticipating a 15% increase, but I did make a note myself to look at that because I know our premiums went down.
Yeah, that's what
And I've got a worksheet and I just want to make sure we put the right figure in there.
Okay.
Where's that line?
It is,
Page
one-
38.
Yes, page 38, and it's account 460, insurance premiums.
So that insurance number may change for everybody, possibly.
Well, most of it is in facilities
Renee's.
because of the buildings, and that's why I wanted to look and double check on that one because like I said, it did go down.
Right.
But we also will have the full year of courthouse and everything, so
Community center.
we
yeah.
will double check that number.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
While we're on this, I guess utilities, I saw they sent out a statement from the power supplier, so it looks like our electric rates will stay pretty much the same for this year.
Yes, sir. They do like a 6-year contract, and it's not going to be a big fluctuation. In fact, actually, when I looked at it, it looked like maybe in the next year or two it might drop a little bit.
Reduction.
But yeah, it's going to stay pretty steady.
All right, well, thank you, Serena.
All right, thank you guys. Good news is we're up for wells to be drilled. It's our time.
Sweet.
Yeah.
When is-
He gave
Pretty
notice,
soon.
he gave notice, so I have to get the locates done and then do a second visit and then they'll get started probably before the first.
How many wells are we getting?
Two. Here, and then we're gonna get one at Linda Castro.
Castro.
How deep are they going?
About 180.
About 180?
200.
200?
200. And
They
he
don't
said
really
that,
know till they get there.
right, he said it could be 200, 210, and
Right.
that's the going rate in Rockport now.
Okay.
Kevin?
Morning.
Morning, Tim.
32.
Morning. So I don't have any changes from the last workshop. I would like to ask for potentially give my employees a 1-step increase though, based on their evaluations next year.
All right, that's easy, all right.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks,
So,
Kevin.
JP, do we still have this step fund, or what, how are we doing steps totally across the county now?
We're budgeting.
We've budgeted 75,000 to be able to cover step increases throughout the year. And once again, most of the time, we really don't have to use it if a departmental budget can absorb in those step increases. We let that occur, so we do have that 75,000 though, just in case.
Desiree?
Good morning.
Morning.
Page 34.
There aren't any updates on the actual spreadsheet, but I would like to ask for a part-time temporary position next year. Just in the event one of us is out, there's only 2 people in my department. Last year, I had an emergency surgery right before open enrollment, and that did put a strain on my department. So I'd like to have just a part-time temporary position in the event something were to happen. You never know, so.
What would they be doing? I guess that's
Answering the phone, taking messages, filing, scanning documents in.
what I was wondering if the county, I mean, I think several times people have mentioned different departments, even that if we had somebody.
Rover.
Like a rover position to cover whoever it might be.
Do we still have that?
We do not, we got rid of that position.
We got rid of that?
Yes,
That's
sir.
what I thought.
So if we still need that position, all the different departments come talk to me. If Okay.
I'm in.
I mean, we're gonna have to share this person, but yeah, I'll talk to me. Renee was batting her head, so you probably need someone too.
No, I bet in my head that it was removed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's removed. Okay.
I was just curious, how are we doing, I mean, as far as employees taking their vacations and the carryover and everything, are we pretty much on track to take, we had that big push previously to.
It's harder for law enforcement. I know that for sure. Other employees, I believe, do take their vacation.
What's a vacation?
That's something your employees do.
I don't know this word.
And then I did bring the compensation study spreadsheets if you had questions on that today. So I can be here all day if y'all would like to discuss it.
Not this meeting.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Roman, I'm not sure if he got word.
He is not going to be here today. He
Okay.
did email me back that he will be out of town today.
Okay. And his budget didn't change since last time.
So did you guys review the changes from last budget workshops that I put in your boxes?
The discussion?
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yes, sir. In here, I did kind of explain what I added in, what you all did approve from the last budget workshops.
Do we have time just for her to review it verbally?
Yeah.
Here, let me go to that page too. So,
But
page
we
40.
did discuss this at first.
Oh, we did,
first-
yes.
yeah.
I thought you asked me to do that now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so what we did change, and since the last time, we added the $500 to the gas fuel line, 331. And then we've added a uniform expense line that this department never had prior. We added the $300 to that, and that is line 496. And then we added $1,500 to office furniture and equipment for the laptop, tough book that Colin was looking into getting for him. And then last thing, Bubba, last time you did ask us if we could look into healthcare sales tax for paying the outside entities, the volunteer fire departments, and we did confirm that no, that is not an eligible expense.
All right, sounds good. Let's
That
see.
is it.
Roman, Zach.
Stephanie's coming for Zach, but
Okay.
they're doing
They have court?
jury pool right now,
Oh.
or so she's gonna.
Yes.
Yep.
That will work.
I told her just come when she had a chance.
I've had no changes other than what we discussed last time, and Tana has updated those sheets to that.
I did. Oh, let me go to your page real quick. So, it was just I decreased the rents and leases line, 422.
What page are we looking at?
Minus 19.
What now?
19. I didn't know if I had the same shot last time.
It is, it's on now. So if you look at line 422, that's what we zeroed out from last workshop.
Do we have a move-in date, roughly?
The 18th of August. It'll take 3 days to move my office. That we met with the guy who's moving the furniture, and it's going to take him 3 days just to move everything that I have. So I'll be shut down for 3 days, 18th through the 20th.
Once we do that, do we have any files still back east somewhere that?
Yes, all of our historical records will stay in Dallas. until the fire suppression system gets fixed, and they're working on the RFQ process to get that process started. Our goal is to have the fire suppression system fixed and our records here by December. I did speak to the company that we are buying the high-density rolling shelves from. If it's not ready in December, we can pay for them in December.
Okay.
And then they can hold them up to 90 days.
Okay.
So that it'll go in this year's, we're trying to get that purchase in this year's budget.
Because it was budgeted.
Because it was budgeted. Lots of moving parts. Do you have any questions on that one?
No, I just want to say without salaries, you actually have about a 19% decrease.
Yes.
Thank you.
And with salaries being mentioned, I do want that one-step increase available for those who are excelling at their positions. The other thing I want to mention is with the change in insurance costs. I'll give you just an example. The staff who are supporting their kids, well, one in particular who's a single mom, it's about $80 a month, difference for her. And that is 1 week's worth of groceries for her. So I just try to get that put in perspective.
Yeah, I get it.
It's not everybody, but for her, it's a big deal.
What next page?
Collections is page 30. And there are no changes since the last presentation.
Misty, can we confirm on the office furniture and equipment though, that 500, did you still need?
Sorry, no, I don't.
Okay,
No.
because that was that desk that.
Yeah,
you
we've
didn't-
already purchased the desk. I found it on, the one I had saved to use went on sale, so I purchased it about 5 or 6 months ago.
I'm gonna make that 0. So
Okay.
on the
What-
collections page, the
What line
570.
item was that?
This is in collections, it's 570.
Okay.
I missed that, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to.
So that's gonna stay the same or is that gonna go away?
It's gonna go away,
So that's what becomes 0.
yes.
I'm sorry, that won't do.
That was it on that one.
Okay.
Our next fund, and it's, what page do y'all need to see?
Is it Fund 350?
Fund 350 is page 98. This is the one that my files, what gets filed in my office, funds these. That's where the monetary support comes from. And it looks like at this point, because this is what we take. This is our projected year-to-date. I can't even remember which one's the actual, there it is. So there is enough funds to pay for our Eagle out of that one this year, which is great. The next one is that Fund 440, which is really a delinquent, it's not delinquent, it's just not an unused fund. That would be page 119 for y'all, so we can skip that one. Tana likes to keep that just in case legislation changes, then we can start using it again. And then Fund 450, which is page 125 for y'all. The actual for that one now is 108, which is a great news because now I'm going to have money to pay the co-file project out of that, which is great. It's always a worry for me that we can't find the funds for that. Other than that, there are no changes. If y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna ask Judge Dupnick.
Okay, I was gonna
And
say,
then Jamie.
okay.
Yes.
Hey, Judge, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
28.
changes? I know I don't think you had any changes.
Just the capital outlet. You know what I was concerned with this one, you said it doesn't have anything on.
No. That is, no, but on your sheet, what you had requested is what you will
Okay.
present.
The one step.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
I don't have any questions. Support?
I guess I was gonna ask the question, going back to the constables one earlier, talking about having trouble getting, needing bailiffs when they're tied up. Sometimes they're not available because of training or different things. Has that presented a problem to your court at times? Trying to maybe delay a court not having bailiffs?
We've not had any delay, but I mean, we just have to scramble around to find somebody. A lot of time Gavin's not available. And sometimes if we have an officer that happens to be in the courtroom, we'll tag them. But yeah, it's sort of serving papers and bailiffing a little bit. But like I said, we've never had to delay court due to it.
But it does cause a hardship, I guess, trying to get things going, a little stressful.
Yeah.
So there's no sound on YouTube right now?
Right, I'm recording it constantly, we'll overlay it when we
Oh,
get
okay.
done.
But if people are watching right now, they can't hear it?
Colin's working.
He's been working on it, but he can't figure it out,
Oh, wow.
and then he's going diving.
We
Okay.
both have our phones so that Colin can overlay it when
Oh,
he gets
okay.
back.
Ugh. That's horrible. All right. Sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
Sorry. I'm like, oh my gosh. All right. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank all of you.
Thank you.
Is it a problem with like the software, or is it?
It's a system thing.
Okay.
He said it's either something deep and he can't figure it out, or something totally stupid and we can't see it.
It's like finding the ketchup. It's right in front of you.
So is that every time or just this morning?
Just right now.
Just this morning.
Luckily. That's all I was wondering, because I thought a couple times people have watched it live, and I was wondering.
Yeah. Jamie, are you ready?
Whenever y'all are ready. When
Yeah.
she's ready.
We're ready when she is. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Okay, so,
Page 35.
and then I did have two changes from what we went over last time in the treasurer's fund. I wanted to add an additional 1,500 to the, what's the line item?
Your conference and association dues.
Conference and association
Look at line
dues.
425.
So there's a training that I would like to take, and it's for Tyler Technologies. So there's a module that is a part of the IRC 9 that we pay for, but they haven't released the module because nobody's had training on it. And so this is the quote that they sent me. I can hand one to each of you.
So you want to add 1,500 to the 2,000 already?
Yes, in addition.
So right over that 10,000, it become 11,500?
Yes, sir. Or 11.
So does only your department
yes.
do this?
Sorry.
It's just something for treasurers or?
It can be for the auditors also, but I think just the treasurer's office uses it. So currently, when I'm doing bank reconciliations, I am literally balancing a checkbook like before we had debit cards. It is page by page and it takes about 3 days. With this new program, I'd be able to upload the PDF from our bank statement, and it will manually reconcile everything and only leave the outliers for me to go in specifically and see what's going on or what doesn't balance. But I need the training for it because they won't release the module even though it's a part of the program we pay for. And so this is the quote that they provided.
They pay you for your training for a program that we bought? Like we already have it?
Yes, it's a part of the ERP 9.
Oh, wow.
But they won't release the module unless there's training. And so this is quoted for 12 hours of training, and whatever hours of training I don't use, they'll reimburse us for it.
So they supply the module, they supply the device or the module you need to do the work, but they don't supply the training unless you pay extra.
Correct.
So there, just to ask Jamie, there isn't an additional cost though for this module?
No, we already pay for it with the program ERP 9 that we have.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just for the training.
So you said that they'll only charge you for the hours. What are the minimum hours that it takes for them to activate the module?
I don't know, to be honest.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to start training. It's one-on-one with one of their project managers.
So that's, you're talking about line 425, right?
Yes.
Correct.
Which
Okay,
shows
so
it.
that goes from 10,000 to 15,000, to 11,500.
Correct.
It shows here on this paperwork 12 hours of training. So how many employees are going to be trained on it?
Well, it would just be me to start with because I can train them if necessary. But 12 is the max hours that they offer for this module. So I might not even need all 12 hours of training.
Okay. But 12 would be the maximum.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the other item that I had, that I added was for an additional employee. So I do have a job description, and I worked it down to see if it could possibly be a part-time employee for 24 hours. I'm going to hand you one of these.
So what would that figure be?
So I had added in the original request a full-time employee, so it would probably be exactly half of that. So this employee would be 24 hours a week, and it would be Tuesday through Friday when we get the majority of our work that comes in. And again, this would just supplement for the 2 indigent healthcare employees that are separate from our office now, and these were all the tasks that they did prior to.
So how much would that add to the budget?
I do not know that number at this
So did
time.
you say the full-time employee is already in there, in the budget?
No, it is not in the budget. No, sir. I don't know, because
It's what was added on the last time, so it should be in the request on this, I think like the second page, for an additional employee, the number.
But we don't add it in until they actually approve it, then we'll show what it is. So it's not in the numbers here.
Oh, in the request though, right?
yes, you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's in my file.
And this is because the employees that went to indigent healthcare are not in the same office as you anymore, so you can't utilize their time.
Correct, right. Just a guess, I'm gonna say
So they're
it's-
not going away, they're just not in the same office with you?
Correct.
Are they still going to be under your budget? No.
The indigent, no, they've moved under judge.
Okay.
I'm just off the top of my head, the annual salary was like 42, so maybe like 25.
Well, here I am, I'm showing that, yes, about 42,000 that you had put on this request. That is not including benefits with that though. So of course, if you're not going to do a full-time, it is, if you're requesting a part-time, we won't do insurance. So that'll save a whole lot on the fringe benefits of that. So yeah, probably about 24 if you want to pay the same hourly rate as this 14 group that you put on this request.
Right.
So they wouldn't qualify for insurance, they would qualify for retirement?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Right, just the retirement, not time off or insurance.
And I can work on that this afternoon and get you a more definite number on that as well. So I can bring it back to you tomorrow.
And that's all I have for the treasurer's fund. What's the next fund?
We have hotel motel, 83.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear that.
83.
So, and then I did make copies of all the requests that have come in for judge and commissioners.
We're gonna hear this tomorrow though, right?
We are.
Okay.
We
Yes.
have a lot of the entities that are coming tomorrow to speak and present. So,
I have a question.
I have one change on it. On the hotel motel, we're showing $2 million to carry over to this year. Because we'll be starting the construction on the aquarium, we will have some of the expense in '26, so that 2 million will be reduced. We shouldn't have anywhere near that left on the,
So you have the funds for the aquarium setback somewhere
they're in the fund balance for, yes, sir.
for hotel motel?
Yes, they're in hotel motel fund balance.
Will we have enough money to fund the current request after we take out?
Yes, sir.
All right, next one.
Next, she has 144, or, yeah. Well, one, or 86 venue, but she doesn't have much in venue. So 144, no. 147, healthcare sales tax. 144 is indigent, and that's gonna be the judge.
So does hotel motel and venue, do they pay anything toward her employees?
We actually have $40,000 transferred to the general fund for each one of them to help pay for its staffing.
You say we're looking for 140 something?
147, and again, like this one, we have a lot of those that are asking for funds from healthcare sales tax that we hear tomorrow. And then the other one is the assistance, which that one also will be under Judge Garza, so that one won't, that's not under the treasurer anymore. Page 201, that will be under Judge Garza, the assistance fund for indigent.
On page 147 under, it would be for the Halo Flight 772. We have 15,750 there. Is that tied to people that may not be insured, or how does that work, giving it to Halo Flight?
They request, and it's assistance for them for providing the service. They usually, I don't know, did we receive a letter from them yet?
We have not.
We normally get a request and a letter from them requesting what they.
But it's probably for people that aren't insured or for that reason?
I'm sure it is. It's to help assist in their providing service to Aransas County, and so it would help cover some of those.
Yeah, I don't think they check someone's insurance status, like if they.
No, I
yeah,
don't believe so either.
If they need them, they bring them, they come to get them.
Well, I know after the fact, though, they'll come back to people for claims.
Mhm.
But I think that's all there's
Okay.
just ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane.
We're looking at that on, it says transfer to mosquito control fund. So when environmental health buys the chemicals, that's paying for it?
Yes, sir. Actually, that the healthcare sales tax, they get a percentage of property tax. It's a very small percentage. It's like 0.009 of the general fund sales tax, and then anything over that for their expenditures comes out of healthcare sales tax.
Well, we're just asking because we have in this budget to buy chemicals,
Mm-hmm.
so
But that money comes from healthcare.
you're transferring into that, so that's not really affecting the
General fund.
general
No,
fund?
no,
Okay.
nothing in mosquito is.
Just wanted to make sure about
with
that.
general.
Yeah, even that vehicles and stuff
Right.
goes and.
Yeah, their whole budget is either that little tax portion of property tax or from healthcare sales tax. There's nothing from general fund.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we're kind of at a standstill, so would you mind taking maybe a
I could do
5 to
one.
10 minute break? Is that okay?
Yeah, let's
Stretch
take
your legs, yeah.
let's take a 10-minute break. I gotta go get something.
And then we can contact, I'm not sure about Stephanie, if she'll be
She
able
has court.
to.
She has court. We'll have
Yes.
to-
Well, she was gonna try to be here about 10:30, so she may be here.
We'll go call Iris.
All right, 10:44, we're back in session. We've got District Clerk Office, Stephanie, representing.
Okay, good morning. I guess you all know me. I'm Stephanie Abbott. I'm the deputy chief in the district clerk's office. And our agenda on today is requesting that our part-time position that was just vacated be turned into a full-time position that specializes in jury. I'm not going to go over the pamphlet. I figured y'all could read it and kind of get an idea about the numbers we're dealing with. But one thing I did want to say is that in our previous jury system, the different offices would come to us and say, I need a jury for this day, this time. Okay, so I would print their cards, walk them back to their office, give them to them, and I was done. That was it. With our new electronic system, it's not that way anymore. I take care of all of their jury stuff. Every person that calls in that wants to be excused, exempted, hates us, whatever it is, I take care of them. So it's a lot more work on my office and on me in particular. And it really is a two-person job to do my job and the jury.
That's for court at law judge, 2 JPs, and district court?
And grand jury, yes.
And grand jury, okay.
And was that position titled?
It was just a general clerk before the part-time. But we would like to title it jury administrator.
So you'll see the pages the one page I gave you today to replace the previous. That is showing the net effect of taking the part-time position budget out, adding a full-time with benefits, creates the increase with the insurance approximately about $14,000.
That's this new page 27 you gave us this morning?
Yes, sir.
So the one you gave this morning, this is the current one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
So you'll see the 103 line variance and then the 110 line.
At the end of the day, without salaries, the budget still goes down, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that has to do a lot with the RID for the Al Johnson building that we're getting rid of.
Has there been overtime tied to any of this?
Not overtime. However, I can tell you, most mornings I'm here at 7 o'clock because I have to be. I rarely get to take vacations. I usually work through lunch hours, and I do accumulate a lot of comp leave, and it's a lot. It's a lot.
So comp is overtime. But yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
It's the same difference, yeah.
You're still, it's time, extra time involved.
Absolutely extra time. And we do have the other clerks in the office who help us because we receive hundreds of phone calls a month.
Yeah.
Hundreds. And so everybody has to pitch in and help with that. Plus another duty that we were talking about with the jury clerk is that clerk could actually just sit in jury trials where we just have to sit there and kind of be at the beck and call of the court. Where I could be back in the office doing actual things that I need to get done that I can't sitting over there in a trial. So
I got jury duty next month, and I think I came to your office maybe a dozen times. Like, what do I do?
Yeah, and if you can imagine, like, if you look at our population, one of the slides in there talks about how many people have already been excused and permanently exempted and stuff. You can see how many for over 75, how many for medical have been exempted. And if you really think about these people, we're asking them to get online and do something. And they're having, a lot of people are having a hard time. So what are they going to do? They're going to call us, and guess what we're going to do? We're going to sit and do their jury questionnaire with them or for them. You know, so it's very, very time
So I
consuming.
can give you, I don't know how much trouble it is for y'all to change the questionnaire. In my case, I'm a widower. So there's a spot on there that says, are you married, are you widow, and you click it, but there still are questions.
Yes, there has to
Like
be.
that person is still there. So to me, when you click one of those buttons, are you divorced, or are you widow or whatever, it should eliminate the questions related to that are on down the page. So it's kind of a.
I do agree with you, and I have had so many communications with Tyler Technologies about our jury program and things that would improve it and make it easier for, the public and for us. And I get told, well, buy our new program. We fixed all those things. Yeah. So, yeah, in those you have to put something in a.
We need to go back to the old way.
The only issue about the old way is it didn't keep track of our exemptions, permanent exemptions, people disqualified for having felonies. So they just continuously kept coming back in and back in and back in. And this program actually does a good job of putting those people out of our system and not throwing them back in all the time. So.
It's good because I punched on there, take me out of it.
All right, well.
Yeah, so this is pretty much a daily, this overtime or comp time is pretty much a daily occurrence for yourself?
For me, on months where we have more than one district jury, absolutely. I'm just stressed and pulling my hair out and working, through my lunches and things. Yes.
And other employees also fill in and take some of the duties.
They do. They take like the phone calls and the emails and answering the disqualification and exemption requests on the actual program. They do filter some of that stuff for us, yes. But when it comes down to it, who's the person in our office that knows how to work the program?
Yeah.
Who else knows? Other people have little tidbits of knowledge, but I'm the one.
And so what happens to your vacation? As you said earlier, you don't get to vacation.
Right. I had a vacation scheduled a few months ago, and I came back 3 days early because of jury stuff. Plus I'm doing that on top of my regular job. I do everything in district court, and it's a lot of work. That itself is a full-time job that at times I would have to stay late for, or, a jury trial sometime. A couple of weeks ago, we had a jury trial. I was here till 9:20 p.m. for a jury trial, so it would be wonderful to share that burden with someone else.
I don't know how many times the court gets asked, but I get asked all the time, oh, I know I got jury duty, but I lost the card. What do I do? Call the clerk's office.
Yeah. Actually, they can just show up, and we just have to manually look them up real quick. It just takes a few extra minutes.
But yeah, I've had people like said same thing. Like I lost it. What I don't know what to do. Go contact the district clerk. I'm sorry. That's all I can tell you to do.
Yep.
Back in the old days, when people didn't show up, they actually sent a deputy to find them.
That's happened. That's
I've
happened.
been in court way back, and they bring that list when they did the jury stuff, and they hand it to.
I sat in the court.
They left it. Go find them. Find out whether they're here.
The judge sent the district judge sent the bailiff, the deputy, to go pick somebody up who wasn't there. He brought him back, and the gentleman told him, well, he had a business to run. Was all said and done, the judge told the gentleman he had an option of sitting in the jail for the time of that trial, or sitting on the bench, just sitting on there watching the court. So the guy chose to watch the court.
One of the judges a few years ago, I said, you don't have to do that for a short period of time to where the number of people that showed up for jury would increase.
Yeah.
Did y'all get a chance to look at those numbers? Usually we have about 40% in our big jury pool mail-outs where the cards go out to tell them, hey, you're going to have jury duty in this month. About 40% are just absolutely do not respond. And sometimes we'll back it up and send a letter, which is a lot of work and a lot of money for the county to have to send failure to respond letters. And it'll drop usually to about 20 to 25% of people non-responding. So our numbers, to me, are not that great as far as people just ignoring it. And unfortunately, right now, people don't think anything's going to happen to them. So.
Maybe you should assess those fines.
That would be up to our judges on the bench to do that. And they could assess up to a $500 fine.
We can use that money for 40%.
And fine people for showing up in shorts too.
Hey, let's investigate that.
I know.
All right.
Any
Thank
questions?
you.
No?
Thank
Good.
you. Thank you.
Okay. Can I talk to you for just a second?
Yes. Ms. Iris?
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge.
Morning. Morning.
Well, I've been conservative for a number of years, but now, unfortunately, I've got to the point where it looks like our population in Aransas County is growing. And so I'm looking at adding a full-time person.
Page
And I have a
109, just in case. No,
Oh,
I'm sorry. I was just.
and I have a part-timer who has her library science degree, and adding her on as full-time to meet the standards of the state, Texas State Library.
Okay, so I did add this just so that you could see the net effect. Your 103 line with the changing the part-time to the full-time, and then your 110 line shows where I took that part-time budget out. And then you'll see on the changes, the list of changes that I made since last workshop, I did put on there for your information. With benefits, because we would have to add insurance, it did add $35,360 to the budget for that one change.
Right.
And right now, I have 3 of us that are full-time, and there's 2 that are part-time. And I've been running the library for years like that, and it has worked out. But now, the state requires a full-time, and with the library degree, as the population grows. So anything over 25,001 for our library, because we're a county library, requires someone with a degree.
So that 13.9 would still be for the part-time employee?
Yes, sir. Keeping just the one part-time.
What would be the consequences if you didn't have that person on the population?
We don't stay in accredited library.
And what's the benefits of that?
We won't be able to apply for any grants or anything else.
Any state funding would go away, pretty much?
Where we can apply for grants, yes. And a good part of that, just recently, the Texas Commission on the Arts grant for $500 that we just received, that's one of them. So we wouldn't be able to apply for anything like that if we weren't accredited.
How much a year do we get grants?
For the library, there's not a lot, maybe a couple of $1,000 max.
We go out whenever we have for programs, books sometimes, and a lot of them are competitive grants, so we can't go out for them every year. So we do wait a few years and then apply again.
All right. Any questions? All right. Thank you.
All right, we asked Anna to come since we are ahead of schedule.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have no changes since the last time I talked to you, except I just want to elaborate on my staff. I do want to keep it to where I can give them increased raises, merit raises here. But I also want to address the issue, I know the salary study issue, why I believe that salary study did do a very good job for my office, because it reaches out to the surrounding counties, I'm assuming. You got to look at surrounding counties and see how many counties are most of the surrounding counties around us, their staff members are separated. They have a tax office, or they have the property tax divisions, and they have DMV divisions. My staff is all cross-trained. They do everything. So I just wanted to, I've been struggling losing staff members to other departments in our county that, to me, should not be making more starting out than my office, but they do. They're like a step above me, which I don't feel my office should be a step below the county clerk and the district clerk. For the stuff that my office does, and my girls are financially taking money in every day, and they're cross-trained in property taxes, Department of Motor Vehicle, Texas Parks and Wildlife. They also collect for TABC, farm, agricultural, and they do all that. They're not limited to being property taxes so all the counties surrounding us that you're looking at, they do make less than our office starting out, but they also they don't do everything that our office does. So that's something I think we need to address with my step. Starting out, my department starts at a 12-1, and I believe that the district clerk and the county clerk are a step above me. I think that's what I was told. I know they're above me, but looking at our job descriptions, there's a lot. There's a lot that those girls on our job description has. So that's something I think we need to look at, because like I said, I struggle because my staff looks at the other departments and they look at making more, not necessarily doing as much, or maybe more. It doesn't workload, but it's a struggle because I get these people trained and then they go to another department because they can make more starting out, which they should have applied in the first place. But that's
why is there that disparity? Do you know the history of it? Why how it got that way? Or?
I have no idea, to be honest with you.
Why, I believe over time, elected officials have taken their job descriptions back to court to increase the group starting level, not so much as their pay, because if a tenured employee, if they're at a group 12 with a high step in that range, then if they increase their group to a 14, the step would go down for that equal pay, but just increasing groups over time for job descriptions.
And I think a lot has to do with, because sometimes I have to do it too, but like they'll take one of my staff members that are making a certain amount, they'll bring them in because it's budgeted. They have a budget for higher than the beginning, but my staff, if you think about it, when you bring somebody in they don't know that job, so they should be starting out at the new level. But since they have a budget, they've been bringing them in at the higher level. And so I think through the years, like she said, and we have never, I think the last time our job descriptions, they were totally overhauled. Jerry had done it, but I don't remember. It's been a while. It's been a long while since ours has been overhauled. But the job descriptions, ours is spot on. We did a really good job with the job descriptions, but it's just, I think, the point that our step was never increased to match that job description. And with the finances, I think, and the money that these girls handle on a daily basis, I believe that step should be higher. At least one step to be at least equivalent to the other departments.
I'm not going to ask how much y'all handle. I know it's significant because you told me before.
It is.
What would it cost to address that? Do we have any idea to get it up to par?
I can work up some numbers for you.
Is that okay, Judge?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
What group?
Well, I would just like to be equivalent to, I think they started at the 13 one, where my staff starts at a 12-1. So it would be even better. But then again, I would have to move up. My bookkeeper and my lead starts at a 13-1. So they should be up as well to 14-1. So if just raising the steps up would be one step up would be, I mean, it would help.
I can bring that back to you tomorrow.
Like I said, I struggled, and we do whenever the other departments, and I don't blame them. I'm not going to hold it against them to do it, but it's hard when we spend so many months training these people, and then they just go to another department because they can make more money starting out.
And some of that training transfers over to the new position, I guess, too, as far as some of the skill set?
I don't know what would transfer over, except for maybe money handling, if they had money handling, but nothing that my department does, I don't think crosses over, except for handling like computer.
Different work systems.
Yeah,
and
it's totally
everything.
different, completely, totally different works. That's the only thing I had. Everything else is, and we are on par to have our new software, and I'm on schedule. I just got the software released today to start doing the tax rates. So as soon as I get all the information in, since we are certified already, as soon as I get all the information in from all the entities, I will be starting.
I was gonna ask that.
I knew you would. I figured I would. Yeah, I just got the email today from ACT that the software that I use for our tax rates was opened up today. And I already signed in and made sure everything was good. That's it.
Thanks.
Okay, we really don't have anybody else scheduled.
Sheriff's here.
But I don't think he's prepared right now. He's prepared for his session this afternoon. Do we want to break, or would you like me to start contacting some of the others?
We could break.
Take care of some business outside.
Yeah. Okay.
Take care of some other business. I got to go my road and bridges and stuff.
They'll break, be back at 1.
Okay. I'll contact Blake and Daryl to see if we can move them up to 1:15.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a break. And reset.
Reboot.
101, we're back in open. And we've got Daryl here. Batter up.
Again, I haven't changed anything since our initial meeting. Still keeping the budget very flat. I increased some of the conferences since we have so many people with different certifications. So I didn't know if there was any specific questions.
Page 69.
69 or 70.
Actually, 70 or 71 is going to be expenditure. 71 is expenditure.
So am I right that Road and Bridge Reserve is pretty well non-existent, but we have
Pretty
quite a
much.
reserve in the flood?
Yes, sir.
Have we looked at things that we can?
We have worked with Daryl on a lot of stuff. We did a transfer one time from flood over to Road and Bridge. I do need to look at, or we need to look at, we need to figure out, for some reason, the split, the percentages, because we have the tax rate.
Right.
And we do a split, and it's like 83-17. And the 17 is giving flood, quite a bit and building up their reserves. So it may be that we need to drop that for more of it goes into Road and Bridge. We'll look at that when we get the tax rate.
All of the flood revenue came from what was previously Road and Bridge revenue.
Right. And I think the split may be part of it. So we need to look at that and see if we need to reduce what's going into flood so Road and Bridge can have additional.
More roads all the time as
Yes,
we pave the unpaved.
Daryl's got some projects too that he needs to, it says it's gonna cost outside his normal budget scope.
Yeah, so not this upcoming 27 budget, but my 28 budget. We do maintain, the county maintains 1781 from about 3036 all the way back to 35. And now granted, a lot of that just got done with the grant project up to about Airport Road. But I'd say 1781 is probably my least favorite county road in town, up to at least Coconut Ridge. And so I've already reached out, talked to some contractors about milling it, and that's going to be probably about $80,000 to $90,000 just to mill it.
And we've had calls from customers, or from constituents and citizens, because that section of road right there is pretty rough.
It's very rough, yes. It is very rough, especially if you're towing a boat or towing a camper. No, it does keep it, yes, it's a safety issue. Yes, traffic calming devices, yes, sir. But that one will be in the 28 budget, so I'll be coming back with my hands out, begging on that one next year.
Salaries aside, that budget's about 3.2% increase. It's not too bad.
Russ, can you give me the meeting info again? Because I can't get on.
Any other questions for
Jackie, or how much of the tax revenue, that's from Jackie, I guess, more than anything, but you said it's 83 to 17.
Right now, I believe we split it 87 or 83 to 17.
What does that split relate to in revenue, more or less?
Well, right now it's like 2.4 is going to Road and Bridge, somewhere around there, and about 400, a little over 400,000 goes into flood. Flood's expenditures are running about, I want to say less than 300,000. About 250.
Majority of flood is going to be digging out falls, so as long as we have the equipment, it's a lot of labor, not so much materials.
Right, and their expenditures run about 250,000, where we're funding about 467. So we can actually lose, a couple $100,000, about $250,000 over.
When you use road and bridge equipment do work in flood, do you charge that back to flood?
No, sir, we've never broken that out.
But most of you have equipment in flood also, don't you? They purchase anything that they use for the ditches and stuff like that, the mowers and all that stuff, they actually purchase out of road and bridge, or out of flood.
But even labor, all that.
Well, we do have 1 or 2 employees that are paid out of flood.
Yeah, we definitely have that.
I think we need to look at that and see if we're missing an opportunity
to charge against.
Charge.
Yeah, there's like
Flood.
we only got 10,000 in our equipment and machinery budget for flood, so the majority of the equipment is coming out of the street side.
The equipment's coming out of flood.
It's coming out of the streets.
I know in the past when they've gone to purchase something, they'll want to put it in flood and go, okay, is it for flood or is it for road? Because we'll do one or the other.
Since their reserves are the state they are, we need to keep an eye on that and don't be giving anything to flood that road and bridge is paying.
Right, and what we're going to do is look at the needs, and then we may do a transfer to road and bridge, like we did a couple of years ago.
I was wondering, it comes time when he asked us for that, 90,000 for that new building, or 80,000, whatever, that might be a time to utilize the transfer, wouldn't it? Or
In the 28 budget.
Well, and it may be possible that we can do it annually. If we look at the percentage of how we disperse it, it may take up that difference and put it back into road and bridge. Well, it will take it up and put it back in road and bridge where we don't have to worry about doing the transfers back and forth. But
so you would do that billing, and then the county crews would come in and do the...
To the course, still come afterwards, yes, sir. And before we do all that, we're going to give those ditches, the roadside ditches in that stretch, a cleaning out as well. So,
Yeah, because that portion of 1781, the surface wasn't any better than the part we got the grant for.
Yeah.
Probably.
No.
It's got chug holes in it right now in the
Oh, yeah.
asphalt.
Well, it didn't look like on the whole thing when they topped it, whoever did it, it didn't bind to the one below.
That and they've done some utility extensions in there. I think for the city, Rockport did some sewer line extensions. They put some crossings in, and it's so hard to get them to patch up afterwards.
Right when you
Yeah,
cut it.
yes, sir.
Are they done with all that?
I'm hoping so. I'll visit with Ryan about that. I'll make sure.
I think before we fix it again,
Yeah, yes, sir.
tell them they need to get it, they need to
Get it in there beforehand, yes, sir. Same thing with the roadside drainage.
Yeah.
You don't add no new people?
I do want to, that is something that I do want to do. We're down 6 people overall, based on my calculations right now.
as soon as she can get in.
And, I really would like to get 2 drivers and 2 operators if I can,
But you already have some budget.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They're really needing new positions. It's just trying to fill some of the other ones that didn't vacate. It's just kind of tough getting traction on that.
I know. Oh, no. I can, that won't help me answering your employee question though. So I'm just kind of stuck.
Well, but it sounds like the employees he's talking about
They're already budgeted.
They're already budgeted. Yes.
I need IT's help.
Was Daryl going to come?
Blake's going to come in.
Yeah, Daryl came. Was Daryl
I
coming?
can't get on Zoom.
You got 6 positions to fill?
Yes, sir.
VP. And I think the Rockport High School, they have like career fairs. Desiree,
Well, we recently put out for a driver and operator position, and probably within the first 2 weeks, we got quite a few applications. Just looking through them, wading through them. You know, I know what we'd like to see, but we've been coping in the meantime, looking for probably those perfect candidates. But I think we're probably going to have to bring some people in and just try it out. But they've since those applications really calmed down quite a bit. And then we always have the potential issue of compression when somebody's coming in with 25 years of operator experience.
Are you getting any equipment in this year's budget, or are you?
Yes, sir.
Budget?
In this year's machinery and equipment budget, we're doing. We've already brought one vehicle, replacement vehicle for number 88 to court, and it was approved.
That's in 26.
That'll be yes, sir. That's in this one. Before this year is over, we'll probably be bringing possibly 2 more pieces of equipment, both another vehicle and a mower, if we can get some good quotes on those. We still have about $100K left over in that budget item. For next year, again, it's $250. I think we might be able to squeeze a maintainer in, but that would take the whole budget. So it wouldn't be any wiggle room like that. But we got it up and running, yes, sir. They did a great job, I think, out there in Laura Garza here recently.
Is that the old one or the newer one?
I think it's the newer one. that they got running. But yeah, it was down for a little while.
Yeah, I got a call, got a call in the morning and said, when y'all gonna ever get out here?
Mm-hmm.
And then I got a call that afternoon and said, we're blocking the way.
We can't win.
Same
Yes,
person?
Yes, sir.
No, we have several out there very vocal.
The same one complaining because they blocked it.
But we did get the street signs fixed, showing Whispering Woods versus actual Laura Garza. So I think we've gotten that taken care
Alexa,
of.
we need that precinct sign that says precinct 2. We need that moved out.
I already answered the post they sent to you on Facebook. So I'm Roman. I'm at large right now.
Okay, so you wanted confirmation of available positions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so your road and bridge, I showed 3 positions open. And then your flood, I have 3 positions as well.
And my goal would be to try to put together basically 2 flood crews during the summertime when we're doing all the seal coating. We always borrowing those gentlemen and ladies, and so we could continue to do some drainage work while we're in the meat of seal coat season.
What's the salary that those are?
Let's see. I can say what. Let's see. Like operator is about 40 to 42. And driver about 36, 35, 36. Yes, they do. They absolutely do. And they work out in this heat and really do a great job of
Call
representing.
911
I'd like to get them to come back pro bono, but.
All right. Blake.
Afternoon, everyone.
Not sure what page.
Page 54.
54.
I don't believe you had any changes since last time.
No, I don't have any changes that if you'd like, I can go through what I'm requesting for next year.
I looked at on let's line item, 330.
Yes, sir.
Automotive supplies, everything looked really good. Got down to this year, and year to date was almost 16,000. Okay, last year we ended at 30,126, which is pretty much, even with that, with the current one. However, you want to go from 3126 from the previous year to 45,000. And then right now we're sitting at 16,000 actual spent. We're projected to go to 45,000. What are we getting that's going to be twice of what we're at now?
That's most of that stuff goes into like our shop supplies, our bolt bins, and stuff like that. There's been some years where it's been heavy, but this year's actually been kind of light, and we basically are stocked up. If it's on point with at 30,000, 40,000, we can lower it a little more just to help save a little money there.
Well, if it looks like we're going to hit 45,000, that's fine, and that's really good. But if we're going to be less than 45,000, then that makes the 47,000 look a little bit more out of line.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't see that we've ever spent $47,000. Of course, with inflation and everything, we might do the same.
Yes,
thing.
sir. And that's why I would try to project a little bit higher, just so we're to anticipate inflation or rising cost of everything, because everything always goes up every year, it seems like.
And then on your gas, oil, and lubricants.
Yes, sir.
We're currently at in 26 we budgeted. Let's see, 26 we budgeted 185,000, and we're at 115,000 now. And we're looking at 192,000 for our estimate. That's an increase. If we stay linear, you're looking at $230,000 instead of 185. So does that make the 182 where you think you're going to be?
I think we.
Big bulk, heavy bulk, recently.
Which line item was that again, sir?
Commissioner Cheney, I think you're on the wrong line. You're looking at repair parts.
Oh, 353.
Yeah.
Okay. So on that number, there's been previous years where we've hit a lot higher than that. Now, that was with some older equipment where we've had to spend a little bit more, but in those years I've gotten rid of that equipment. We've replaced it with newer equipment, so that number's come down. Again, that was anticipating cost of rising cost.
Right.
But I'm always hoping we can spend less. I mean, that'd be great if we could.
Well, my question was, the $7,000 compared to the budget, compared to that line item, is not a lot of increase. But that just seemed like an awful lot to only be looking at 185,000 for the current year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you look back, you have years that was over 200,000.
Yeah, I know it, but I guess I'm amazed that we're at just 115,000 mid-year.
Well, in the last few years, we've got quite a. Hopefully, when you get new equipment, you go a few years and
that's
repaired.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just wondering if that's what you think is pretty accurate.
I think it would be pretty accurate. Like I said, on the newer equipment as well, and then and also with helping with training the technicians and stuff how to be more efficient and to actually diagnose stuff correctly and not just throw parts at it. That's been helping a lot as well.
Okay. And how are we coming out on our keeping track of our fuel? What's our shrinkage on fuel?
Our shrinkage on fuel, I know we run some numbers throughout the year, or throughout every month. Those numbers are ran, and then I'm not sure the formula. That might be something that the auditor's office may be able to help me out with on that. But I know there's a calculation that is used for that, like how many we use like per month. That's by the meter, and then what's on the computer. I think.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because in the past, this is I think the first or just the second year that we've been on the new metering system. Because before we were so far off, we didn't have any idea where the fuel was going.
Mm-hmm.
And so And you feel pretty comfortable that you're down within a tolerable shrinkage percentage now?
I think we are, yes, sir. Now, when these guys everybody on the field, they'll use like day tanks to fill up stuff, and then it's just having to make sure that those guys are writing down the correct mileages too, and that helps out a lot as well. But I try to get it as accurate as we can.
Okay. How much? What do you think shrinkage is now?
I'd say anywhere from like maybe at the most 100, 200, maybe at
What percentage is that?
percentage, maybe 2 or 3%. I think.
That's awesome. I mean,
I could be wrong. I mean, something that I'll have to look into, so I'll know for myself for the future.
Yeah, that'd be really good.
But we try to keep it as accurate as we can.
I'm a little confused on that 331 because it shows the year to date was like 24,539, and it shows proposed 9,000.
Oh yes, sir. So on that, everybody's fuel goes into that line item. When I receive fuel, that all goes in that line item. Then after everything's done at the end of the month, it gets dispersed out to each department. So 9,000 is just for fleet maintenance.
That is strictly your.
Yes, sir. That's strictly mine.
Your group is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And on 580 machinery and equipment, what are you buying there?
I'm requesting to purchase a new service truck for the fleet maintenance department. Our current truck is a 2015. Now, it's got 77,000 miles on it, but with the engine hours, it has 6,827 engine hours. So your true engine wear on there, if you do the standard is like times like 33. Is that they base that on like the engines usually run about 30, 40 miles an hour. If you times that by your engine hours, that's what your engine hours equivalent to miles is going to be. So that comes out to around 300,000 miles.
300.
Yes, sir.
So what would it cost you just to swap the engine out?
To swap the engine out, maybe about $7,000-8,000 possibly.
I mean, because if the rest of your truck has the mileage that's on it, and your engine, and probably your air conditioning and stuff, that's maybe something to look at.
Yeah, well, we can look into that for sure. For sure. I mean, if that's what's best for the department, for the county, we can certainly do that.
You've got under 100,000 miles on the truck itself.
Yes, sir. Actually,
On the
driving
chassis,
miles.
on the chassis.
Yes, sir. Actually, 100,000. Yes.
So is that truck, is it gas or diesel?
It is a gasoline motor, a 6-liter.
So, do you feel comfortable with us lowering that 72,000? Or
Let
76,000?
him look at it first.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, on the machinery and equipment.
Yeah.
If that's the way that we need to go, if that's what's best for the county, what's best for the department, then
I think you should look at it.
Yes, sir.
before you make that decision.
okay, we can definitely do that. I'll run some numbers to get everything together.
Yeah, because you should be able to get 200,000 out of the chassis before you have any major.
More than that, I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying that's the minimum you would think on the chassis.
That's 1 ton or ton and a half.
3/4 ton, sir. Or actually, I'm sorry, 1 ton. We've done some body mounts and different stuff like that as well because of a lot of the weight on the back of for the service body and stuff. But yeah, we can definitely look at that.
That's a Ford, right?
Yes, sir. It's a Ford.
They a little better than the Dodgers do long term for loads, so that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. So surprisingly, from the Chrysler products that we had after Harvey that were the sheriff's office running, actually held up really well. I mean, they all have their issues, but I think they held up pretty well. And the Chevrolets we've gotten as well have been held up pretty good.
Well, that's good to hear. I know historically, usually Ford trucks, if you have a truck that carries a load all the time, historically the Ford truck chassis outperforms General Motors and Chrysler on
What's
what's
this deal? It's a repair shop deal periodically on YouTube, and the guy said, ideal truck would be the Ford with a Cummins engine.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
exactly right.
Exactly.
They had it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, and parts availability wise, you're going to always have parts. I mean, it's very common. So, but on that line item, if we need to do that, that's what we need to do.
come back.
Yes, sir.
with
Okay.
What you think is workable.
When we come back and revisit that, I'll bring those numbers in so we can talk about it.
Transmission's all good on that truck there?
As far as I know, it's running good, sir. We just had a little bit of injury issues here and there that we've fixed it just to get us going. But transmission wise, should be good. But transmissions aren't too expensive.
No.
I can get a rebuilt one for a decent price.
All right.
Anything else, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. You all have a good day.
I didn't make any changes with them, so.
Yeah, there were no changes.
If you want them, I have them. Okay. I just don't know if you guys have any questions, 'cause I didn't change anything from last time we were on any of them.
Page 31.
Well, I mean, I was just. Did anybody have any questions about anything?
No. I guess not.
I'm good with no questions, so it's okay. We don't do anything very fancy with our money, so.
There's no changes.
No. Okay. Do you want to look at the other ones before I?
Were there changes the other one?
No.
Oh.
She has the pretrial intervention fund and law library.
Forfeiture.
Yeah, we have her law library is page 128. The forfeiture fund is on page 138.
And I did recently order 2 bulletproof vests
Yes.
out of my forfeiture fund for my investigators. That won't be on the budget sheet yet because we just did it like a week or 2 ago. And that's from
Yes.
this year's
And that's
budget.
this year.
That's not in the numbers that you have right now. What the purchase that she just did. And then the pretrial intervention fund is on page 150.
The sheriff's office and like the constables, they were required by law, statute to like order shields and stuff. Does that apply to your office too? For your
Yes,
investigators?
yes. Since we're technically our own agency, that's one of the reasons why I needed to buy the vests, because they're required to not have expired or old vests. And we already have some other things, like we have a big shield.
Oh, you already
It's
got
like-
one? Okay.
Yeah, we have one of those already, and we have a breaching tool, which I think are all the mandatory safety things that are needed for a law enforcement agency, even of our teeny tiny size. Oh,
Thank you.
thank you. Bye-bye.
I believe Judge McGinnis is coming.
And I just talked, Mike said he'd be on his way.
That's out of order.
How's your mind?
Bueller or something?
Yeah.
Something more.
Okay, let's go.
I only have one change.
Page 33.
I wanted to add $2,500 on my equipment, furniture and equipment, to replace a shredder that is on its last leg.
What's that much? For the shredder?
Those big shredders are about $2,500.
That's on 570?
Yes, sir.
So you want how much total?
It'll be 3,500 total.
Yep. We're limping it along. It's got some broken teeth and stuff, and just babying it. That's the only thing that I know of.
Those things last, what, 10 years, 5 years?
We've had ours for almost 10 years. No,
Okay.
maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong.
Because we've got it
About
after the
500.
hurricane.
Oh, I don't know what brand it is. It's just a big, it's a world big.
That's it.
That's all the changes I have at this time.
Well, since we're waiting, do you want to go
Yeah,
over
I was
yours?
going to say, I was about to do mine. Page 18.
Okay. Watch out, some of that yours in there.
I think the only thing that I have control of, besides all that other top stuff, personnel, is up in the conference and association dues. Because we're going to have new commissioner, he's going to have a lot of training.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go 2 or 3 more conferences this year.
Right.
That won't count for next year.
Alaska or something.
No.
There's one in, somewhere's, where was it?
Hawaii.
Oh, no, it might have been some other country maybe, even, I saw something.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The office.
You probably get into Elizabeth pretty easy.
Yeah, commissioner. Yeah, I was like, what? Right.
Tracy said she needed to go on that.
So that's the commissioner's court one. The other one is 22 non-departmental.
One has a very significant decrease.
Rents and leases. But there is an increase, just to let the court know. Is it my pay?
Yes.
That's
From
not on
state.
here.
Oh, that was on the other one.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
yes,
the
sir, that
state's-
was on the other page.
Yes, on the other page, my increase of the state supplement went up per judicial salary statute.
But that's, we get that reimbursed from the state, or the
Okay.
state, so we've got the revenue to cover that.
So not much. Telephone, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we were gonna take out the Crime Stoppers. Make that 0.
What did we?
You're on your 560 line. I mean, historically, if we look,
It's never been.
well, back in 23.
Where are we?
23. So what you're
Page 22.
You're doing away with the 560? Or?
Page 23.
What do you
We're
think?
making it 0. Because we haven't paid anything in the last 2 years. This will be the 3rd year.
Have they asked or they sent invoice? Nothing. Oh, okay.
What is that on?
Page 23 on non-departmental, line 560.
Crime Stopper?
Is that Joe Riker's organization? Is that something different?
I don't know.
I think you're right. I think that's what it was.
Not his organization, but he kind of leads it.
Right. Are you doing call-ins?
Yes.
You want to do call-ins?
Sure. Why not? Please send me 2 paragraphs. Mom. Good afternoon. So for IT, Colin says he doesn't have anything else. He pretty much laid it all out last time, unless you wanted to allow for step increases.
That's later.
Okay.
We good?
You're good.
All right, great. Thank you.
Okay, I to the sheriff, we're ready now. Megan Glidden is not here today, so she will not be coming in. And then Judge Bianchi, we have moved to tomorrow morning at 9.
So did Megan have anything different?
No, but I will, on the changes from last time, I did get confirmation from her this morning that A&M does not cost share in the
Technology.
yeah, the TV project projector deal.
They don't?
She said that A&M only will cost share in computers and printers.
So, and they get part of their salary from A&M too?
Yes, sir.
So if we change them to smart TVs, is that a computer?
I know, right?
It's a monitor.
It's a monitor.
Yeah, it's a monitor.
60-inch laptop.
It's a monitor.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the only thing that changed other than that.
So we put some number of those TVs in. I know we started off talking about 4 and said something about the income.
3, I think y'all decided on.
That's in there?
Yes, sir. It is.
It had been covered for quite a while.
Yes. You can tell they're old.
Those projector ones, I had one a long time ago when the bulbs sometimes get expensive if you could. I don't know if they've ever had a break, but they'll even burn the screen that you're shooting them on. Sometimes they have it. If it didn't have a screensaver, you're showing it on the wall and I had one when it wasn't on, you know, when the picture came on, you couldn't see it, but
Yeah.
it's because it was a demonstrator floor model and, you know, it gave to me pretty reasonable, but I didn't realize that when I bought it.
You know, last year and a half, we had like 2 TVs, and each time we got a TV a little bit bigger for 2 different locations. But each time the TV we got, the new TV was cheaper, and we got another one the other day. Ours went out and it was a bigger TV, and it was still cheaper. I'm like, what's going on? They're making them cheaper.
And they don't last as long.
Throwaways, yeah.
Well, it used to, those big ones, you, according to the size, set the distance that you were supposed to set, but they changed that right in road now.
Well, y'all just decide their budgets, they didn't show up, so you're.
Isn't,
That's when you cut.
Is that
That's when you
under the
make the
judge
cuts.
too?
I'm sorry?
Indigent?
Yes.
Do that, it's under him too, or?
I was going to have Suri to come. Told her to get around 4-ish. So,
4-ish, huh?
tell her to
You
come
can be,
down.
you can be here to review that one.
Saw Chief Deputy walk in, but he turned around.
Probably looking for the sheriff.
I did send him a message to say we're ready now. All right, I think Judge McGinnis is on her way right now.
Okay. Do y'all think that it's helpful to have this one, or should we just wait to have the second one to August when we have a tax rate? And
I was thinking that.
we can, instead of having 3, just have 2, just one later.
So, everybody that's come up has talked about step increases, but I thought, I mean, do y'all look at it to see if they have leftovers in their budget, it comes from there, or it comes from that 75,000?
We do.
So, are we assuming that what department head requests as far as steps are approved, or?
We just kind of assume
Well-
everybody wants a step increase.
Yeah.
But it's a court decision on do we want to budget for a step increase.
Well, it sounds like we already have for 75.
Well, it's a continuous running, so I mean, that amount has been in there at 75,000. I think last year you told me to change it to 75,000 from 50,000. And so we just
So
keep
are
it
you
in there.
going to kind of keep track of what people are asking for and at some point present it, say,
Yes,
we have
sir.
enough money for it?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're planning?
I think we do have a decision to make, the court decision to, this salary study, whether to do the cheaper version, or do it all. Cheaper version, like $250. Hey, Miss Rita.
Hello.
Indigent care. 144. And we don't have any changes from last time, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. That's revenues.
Just curious, being up there, do you keep track of how many clients you see during the year, more or less, different clients or contacts?
I can pull up how many are on the program at this time, yes, sir.
That's all, I was just curious about that.
Yes, sir. I'm about 98, or, let's see. Well, some of them are repeat because they're doing their renewals, but I probably have close to 50 regulars that I'm handling right now.
Is that including the ones that are inmates or?
No, sir.
How many of them?
I have a lot of inmates.
I
Yeah.
think you could know the total.
Okay.
Break them down.
Yeah, I can do that. They come in, my clients, the IHC clients, come in every 6 months to renew. And some months they're real good about coming in, some are not, but for the most part this year they've mostly been coming in to renew their program because I've got some that are so sick right now.
They have a need.
Yes, sir, they do.
Where's your budget? You need to order more storage cabinets.
That's in the assistant.
And with the assistance fund?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
530 fund.
And we did order that one cabinet to be able to lock our records up, and it should be here within 30 days.
Okay, so you already bought it for this year's budget?
Yes, sir.
You have any questions for Sarita?
No.
You're welcome.
Judge McGinnis?
Good afternoon. I know I was here already before on the salaries, trying to get the increases, but I failed to ask for my part-time to go to full-time. And with the study that they did, I was told there would be an additional $22,000 to go from a part-time to a full-time, so I'll have full staff in the office.
Is that in here already?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe I put that in there yet. I was waiting for direction.
And this is going to be the criminal portion of it.
Okay, so no, that is not in what you are seeing.
Okay.
But I did do a workup when Judge McGinnis did reach out requesting numbers, and that is it's 22,871 is what that will add.
To bring it up to full-time?
Yes, sir. Well, that would be under the 103 line, but what we will decrease her 110 line by the part-time amount and increase the 103. Okay. So that net effect is what will be the 22,871.
And that's going to be all benefits and longevity, correct?
Correct.
And the reason for that you were saying again was?
Well, I had a part with doing the part-time, but now I need the full-time. We found that we're just in need. The workload is increased, and it's difficult for everybody in the office to try to keep up.
They've, when she said the workload, man, it's heavy. It's a lot. You know, and it's a little.
I thought I could do it with a part-time, but I
Yeah.
can't. It's just not
And
feasible.
she's been doing a good job keeping up, but this past few months, yeah, it's just getting really, really difficult. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, go ahead and add it. And then
You
we'll-
would like me to add that? Okay.
Mike?
Yeah, it's okay. Yes, thank you. Moving fast. Yeah.
Moving right along.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Airport first?
Airport first, responsibility. Any questions since the last time we spoke?
Nothing's changed?
No, I haven't changed anything. We didn't talk about salaries, but yeah.
You don't need to buy any machinery, equipment?
No, we, and, you know, if you'd asked me this time last year, I'd probably be talking about, well, after budget, I would have been talking about the tractor, but we were able to find the problem. And we've been chasing that problem for several years, as you know, you've been coming to the meetings. But, no, the tractor runs like it's brand new now. So I don't think we need any equipment. We replaced a motor on the zero-turn mower. It's a pretty big mower with a pretty big motor. So it was a lot of work, but it was definitely more cost-effective than going out and looking for a new mower. It's got a lot of life left in it. The motor just finally gave out. We pushed it pretty hard.
The donation of that van was really helpful, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We now have a mobile toolbox on the
Yeah.
airport, so that saves us having to run around and make a bunch of stops for tools. No, just little stuff here and there. Most of, well, not equipment, but maintenance type stuff is going to be under my grant for the ramp grant, reimbursable at 90%. So they're tightening the screws on that again. I heard the other day through on a Zoom call with the state that they're going to focus on pavement first, followed by airfield lighting, followed by markings, airfield stuff first, and then revenue producing projects after that. So, for example, the fuel farm. I know everybody gets tired of hearing that. If we were to use ramp toward the fuel farm, we would definitely have to have everything in order on the air side before we could get to that point. So I feel good about where we're at. I think we now that we've got the electrical addressed and we're just wrapping that up now. I think we would be eligible to use ramp on something that's revenue producing if it comes to it.
When you say pavement, you just mean runway?
Runway, movement areas, taxiways. You get into the taxi lanes, that's a little bit different. We do have some problems with our taxi lane pavement right now. If we had a county option for that, I would certainly look to use it. I understand that we don't necessarily have those options available to us, due to staffing and the fact that there are some tasked with actual road work. But that's what the state would like us to do. Would be to handle something like that in-house without them incurring any cost to a grant. But ultimately, because taxi lanes are more parking areas for planes, that's how they look at it. Taxiways are movement areas that the pavement is eligible for airport improvement grants.
All right, you want to do the emergency management? Do you have any questions on the airport?
No, how the lights doing?
We're getting it wrapped up. So the beacon just went in the air today. The new beacon, the old queen is down, the new one's up, and so that was kind of the bow on everything. 95% finished. It's that last 5% punch list that still needs to be done, but we're waiting on one piece of equipment for the controller, which is actually just a touch screen that mimics the screen that's in the vault. That gives us manual control over the lights. If we need to change the intensity or turn them off, turn them on, we can do that. And then we're waiting on the runway end identifier lights, the LED version. Right now we're using our existing lights that they were able to get going again. But the LEDs are on order. They'll be here in the next couple of weeks. Thanks for asking about that. And I invite everybody to come out and take a look at it. And it's really, really nice to see it in the evening. If anybody wants to go out at night and run out there and look, I'll show you. It's pretty impressive. I've almost forgotten what it's like.
And this is since before Harvey. When did they go out?
At Harvey. Yeah. So on and off after Harvey, just here and there, we had lights, but really, this is the first time they've all worked as advertised.
9 years.
9 years. Yes,
Yeah, ribbon cutting.
yeah, we need to. Well, we can ribbon cut over the electric bill when we get it, because I don't know what that's going to look like.
It probably won't be much for the LED lighting, I'm surprised.
Let's rethink that electric there.
Right.
So is that make us 24 hours as far as?
Yes, sir. We've been 24 hours now for a little while. When the project kicked off, they got one runway up and going pretty quick. But yes, it does. And answer your question, it enables landing at all 4 runways at any time, weather permitting. And again, on OEM, nothing's changed there. I haven't touched that. We did talk about the salary for the part-time, that we just needed to put that under part-time. We didn't have anything there. I put it there. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, that's airport.
So when we initially
Yes, it's there.
discussed this, we, because we initially funded your department as a full-time emergency management coordinator, and then so the stipend that you get is paid from that, and as well as your part-time is paid from that. We did not change the salary.
Except this year, looks like we moved it. We did split it up between part-time and temporary, and then took away the appointed official salary, right? Or no?
No, or vice versa. We took it from the part-time or temporary, because as before, that position was always
I see what
from
you're
there.
saying. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we did move it from there and moved it to the appointed official line, but we're still going to use that dollar amount to absorb your part-time pay as well.
So that's expense negative or neutral?
Neutral. Yes, sir. Yeah. So I wasn't going to add a budget to the part-time line, since we are still using that full salary amount for both of you.
Okay, got it. It'll just come in as a right at the end of the year. We'll just get over it.
It will.
Yep.
And that's okay,
Yep.
as well as just as long as your bottom dollar department is in cover.
And all I did there was, again, on salary for the deputy EM, we brought that up to reflect what we've been seeing in the last couple of years, because she's had to go to some trainings, and when she goes to those are typically week-long, and she's getting 40-hour pay in those weeks.
Isn't there a limit on the number of hours per year that you can maximum number of hours of part-time that go become full-time?
Yes, sir. There are.
What is that?
I do not remember that.
It has to be less than 30 hours a week.
Okay.
But
Is
netted throughout the year, you have to consider that as
so
well.
So it's an average 30 hours.
Average
So
of
you work
29
somebody for
hours.
80 hours in 2 weeks, and not for several weeks, and then you have to go back to part-time. And if you're over the 40 hours, you have to pay it as a part-time wages, or can you pay it, is there a difference in wages requirement?
No, sir.
You can't do 30 hours, correct? It's got to be
29.
29.
Correct, yes.
She's averaging a lot less than that.
Now, that's an average over the year or over a time period, right?
That is per week at 29 hours per week. You cannot go over that, but there is, and I don't know, we would have to ask Desiree, but there is for the year a certain amount of hours that you have to
So it's
still be
grant.
under.
Right, yeah, per year.
Yes, sir.
Is that a calendar year or is that just 365 days?
Calendar year.
All right.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Thank you. Caitlin.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Okay, page 57.
It's like no big changes, just you went up on chemical supplies
Yes.
and professional services, what's in there? Vet?
That's the vet and anything that we use professional services for, like if we did contracts, right? Or what was
Yes,
it?
but the additional we did with this was for the
Conceptual design.
conceptual
Yeah,
design.
the conceptual design.
We took it out of the capital outlay and put it up there.
How many employees do you have?
Right now I have 4 ACOs for the field, an adoption coordinator for the office, myself, and then we have 2 part-time kennel techs. And then I believe for the salary part, I was trying to do a lead officer, and it would still just be one of the officers at the shelter that we have currently that's in the field. She's just going to be a second in command for if I am not there, and that way if I'm off, I can be off. But if I'm not there, she's there, and she also helps the officers in field daily. She's already been doing this a lot, and I feel like that title she's quite deserved. It's already been a job position with the county at Animal Care Services or Animal Control. Desiree said there's already a whole job description for it and everything, and there's already a set pay. So that's why I couldn't give her that promotion without talking at budget time. So that way we could have the right pay for that. I want to say it goes up to like $21. I'll have to look at the thing.
Do you know what group it was?
I think it's on the paper I wrote. I think it was 18.
We really need different tables. I vote for bigger tables.
I can try to look at my.
Man, I think you're one of those people that uses all the paper you have.
I do.
Kinda like
See
me.
my desk?
I'm the same way. And a lot of it needs to go in the trash, usually it's filed on there.
You have it as a 16.
Oh, 16.
Okay.
It's a step 16.
Okay, I can work up numbers and bring that back tomorrow as well. Or the others.
And that way she deserved it. She's worked really hard. She's actually taken administrative classes. She's going to hopefully take one this weekend. It's just a Saturday and Sunday. That way she didn't have to ask time off or anything. She's just really good at what she does, and she's had nothing but good comments from the field. I don't think she's had one complaint from anyone. So, and other than that, that's everything.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I mean the sheriff.
Morning, or afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Sheriff.
43 is the first page.
43. I think one of the major deals that we didn't discuss in the first round of deals, we're having a problem on both sides of the street that we're wanting to try to adjust with a new job description or a modification of. We've had 4 or 5 people in the last year leave the jail to pursue law enforcement careers, and they're going to academies paid for by other agencies. And then they go to work there as deputies or patrol officers in an agreement that they have set up front. We have struggled in the last 2 years probably with job vacancies in patrol. At one time we were down as many as 6 deputies, couldn't find qualified applicants that met the criteria that we set out. And a lot of these people that left the jail to go into places we would have liked to have had back here as patrol officers and deputies. What we're asking or working with Desiree, and I think we're pretty close to a draft to bring to the court, we still have a job vacancy right now. We've got one that'll be leaving in October. He's following his National Guard unit, so we'll lose his services. Don't know that we're going to have the other filled in before that. But being down 6 at one point, and we've had a vacancy, probably at least 1, maybe 2 vacancies on the books for the last year and a half. We'd like the opportunity to figure out some process whereby we freeze a job vacancy. If I've got somebody in the jail that wants to go to the academy, that we would pay their $3,500 to go to Delmar and work out a deal where they'd go to class and draw pay that we've already got budgeted. It'd be at a lower rate, but they'd go to school with an agreement that when they graduate, they'd come back to work on a 2-year deal with the sheriff's office. We retain people that already know our system, that already know what we're wanting to do. They've met the people in jail that we're going to be dealing with on the street, a lot of them. It's a win-win all the way around. And the 4 or 5 people that have left to go to other places would have the opportunity to pursue and advance their career here with the sheriff's office without any impact negatively on the budget, because we've already got that position budgeted. We would just freeze it if we've got somebody in the academy. Academies are right on a 6-month roll around, so we could be out somebody frozen for 3 or 4 months, or even up to 6. But a lot of them would be shorter stints than that, because it just depends on when the vacancies come up and where an academy class might be going. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be Delmar, but it could be Victoria as well, depending on where these people live and where they choose to go to the academy. Other places have called them cadets. Rockport PD has such a program. Aransas Pass is doing it. The agencies around here have been doing it for about 1.5 years or 2 years, and we'd like the opportunity to modify going forward to where we could recruit from the field of people in the jail that have an interest in pursuing a law enforcement career as a peace officer, but find a way to where they can afford to go to class and still be retained with the county as an employee. I'd say the downside is that I'm freezing a job, but it's a job that I've got vacant anyway. It's just that I could put somebody's name in it that we would have come to work upon graduation, and the FTO period would be shorter because, like I said, they're going to be familiar with the software that we've been using. They use it in the jail, and they know the protocol in the jail. They know the employees here. It just moves them quicker into a patrol position where they're functional a whole lot quicker. And it would impact, I think it'll help both sides. It'll help my detention officers in the jail know that there is an opportunity for advancement within Aransas County and continue employment here. I'm just going to put a vacancy that we have and would hold anyway on reserve for somebody that's coming out of a class that we know.
How long would a typical employee normally be here that's been working in the jail for either 10 years?
Some 4 and 5 years, some longer than that.
Yes, I think if so, we put like. So that'd be established, they're established as a good employee.
Yes, sir. A lot of them that we've lost have been established as good employees. We've had them a while, and that's the desire is that we get to keep them. Now, in the 18 years, we have hired 5 or 6 people out of the academy that used to work here as jailers before. They found a way, and they did it. They struggled to do it, but they had to resign as a detention officer, go to the academy, and then when they come out, we picked them back up. The trouble now is that there's too many other agencies out there harvesting them. While I'm not losing my deputies per se to salary discussions at other places, I'm losing my jailers and an opportunity for advancement. And we're not, out of those 4 or 5 people, we probably would have looked at all 5 of them. And we wouldn't be giving it to just everybody. It's going to have to be somebody in the jail that does have some tenure, that has been here for a while, and we believe has a vested interest in the community and the county, and that it's not just a wild gamble, but it's somebody that we really believe with both sides will benefit.
You said it's a 6-month course?
Academy's run about 6 months now, yes, sir.
How many would you be looking at a year? I guess that's it.
It would depend on my job vacancies. I mean, I wouldn't send anybody to the academy if I didn't have a vacancy. But if I've got somebody that's interested in going, and I've, like I said, in the last 2 years, we have had at least 1 vacancy all the time. And we've been down as many as 6 at one point. Struggled trying to find people that, like I said, met the threshold of the expectations and qualifications we set out there. We get applications. The last application I looked at last Friday, the guy had been to 15 agencies in the last 10 years. And in my mind, I have a list of 4 agencies that if you've worked there, I'm wondering what's not on your resume. That if you worked at one of those 4, I'm thinking, red flag. He'd been to all 4 of them. And I told Nanny, who does the backgrounds, I said he hit 4 out of 4. First 2 things I'll look at in anybody's application is I'll count that 10 year, and I want to know how many places you've been in the last 10 years. When you hit 3, I start the caution flag goes up. Then I'll look at where you've been. And like I said, if you've been at any of those 4 agencies, I'm wondering what's not on your resume that landed you at those locations, because they're kind of the bottom of the barrel. And it's not to say that you can't be a qualified candidate, and you moved here from North Texas and didn't know, and you went to work somewhere and thought, well, I'm out of here. But when you jump around, I don't have time to deal with somebody that has literally been to 15 places in the last 10 years. The advertising costs too much, the uniform costs too much, the time invested, and having them walk away in 6 months to a year. I don't do it. But then aside from that, Stephen Danny does a very good job in doing background checks on individuals. TCOL has now demanded that we go through a portal where every agency is supposed to transmit their entire record to you, disciplinary and accommodation and everything, to where you have a good look at the employee. It's TCOL's effort to try to weed out the gypsy officers that we've had in the profession for 20 years. It's making it difficult to find qualified people now, because you're seeing the whole picture of people. And so you weed out. I'm going to say we probably interview a 4th to a 3rd of the applicants that we get. We can't connect the dots on the others to say this is worth our time and effort.
If you've got $3,500 a year, that's what it costs. You said
the fee at Delmar is about $3,500 for the academy.
And if you've got a vacancy, that $3,500 can be absorbed through that vacancy.
Yes, sir. It all becomes budget neutral, because the position that we're freezing would be used to help pay that employee's salary so they can afford to go to class. And then with the understanding upon graduation, they owe the county at least 2 years of their time.
And I believe that through the COG that the county could be reimbursed for that fee to the academy if they fit the qualifications for that.
Years ago, I always thought, how come we don't already do this? So I'm supportive. Yeah, type up a proposal to bring it to court, but
they have asked over the years, wanting to know, can y'all sponsor me and pay me to go to the academy? And I thought, well, I can't do that. But now it's become a deal that by not doing it, I'm losing them to the other places that have moved forward and come up with cadet positions and what have you.
Well, you're losing an employee that you know is a good employee.
We
As
kept
well.
them, yes, that's our position. And it's somebody that, like I said, they know the computer system. They understand the protocols in the jail and a lot of how we work on both sides of the street, the mindset, the culture that we've got over yonder. They've been there long enough to be a part of that. And so,
How old do you have to be to go to the academy?
21. You got to do 21 to be a licensed peace officer.
Right.
So you be a detention officer at 18, so you can get 3 years, at least 3 years of service. And we've hired some 18-year-old detention officers. It's a little tougher at that age because of maturity and because coming out of high school, now the guy that's coming here on Friday night was my classmate last year. Has happened.
You've lost a couple of jailers in the past couple of years. I'm like, man, they would have been really good. And I know they went off they got of age 21 and then they took off and going to the academy. But no, I'm supportive. That's good.
We do have a written proposal already up that Nanny did that it's already been sent off to Marcia for review. So we're just waiting on her to review that and get it back to us whether what we would like for them to do would actually be workable.
Enforceable, yeah.
Right.
So we'd have to create a line item for this.
More of a job description.
From the budget standpoint.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, because if we would, whatever salary amount that is worked out with the agreement, we could still pay that out of the regular salary.
Just regular budget.
Because it would be lower than what an actual deputy makes anyway.
And then the fee for the academy, that could also come out of the same training line.
Could be absorbed in the training line.
Yep.
Well, how would that work out if you had a really good officer that went into the academy and then decided that it was not for him? Could he come back to his position? Would you hold that for him?
That would be something that's working.
Marcia question.
So they would not be, at that time, they'll be going to academy full-time, but they'll be absent from their job, still drawing pay.
Correct.
They come back with a 2-year commitment to work as a deputy.
Yes, sir.
So if they didn't complete it, then there was no guarantee they'd come back here.
It depends on whether
Well,
we had a vacancy in the detention
What I'm
center.
saying is, if you get chosen for the academy, that doesn't mean that you have a job. If you decide you don't like it, or you could just come back to it.
Wouldn't be an automatic given, no, sir. I think Hector's stability, I think, has gotten better in the jail. We don't have turnover we had 3 years ago, but we do have vacancies. Do you have any now, or?
One right now, that's it.
I mean, 3 years ago I was talking to you because we had 5 and 6 at a time. They've gotten better. You know, the pay has helped. Work conditions and everything are acceptable to people. I think they realize the benefits way out as well. But what we're trying to do now is find a way for those that are looking for an opportunity in law enforcement to make that transition and stay with Aransas County.
So have we ever got any of the grant money from COG that pays for that in the past?
I have not.
Never had that.
Because I know a lot of counties do.
The only benefit we have gotten out of COG is that the people in the past that were employed in the jail and left to go to Del Mar, I signed a letter and they got a cut on the tuition. The tuition is higher for non-COG participants than $3,500. And I don't know what it may be near 4,000 today. I don't know. But last time we wrote a letter, it was $3,500, $3,600 for tuition to go to Police Academy, if you were a member.
So what's the requirement on those grants that you haven't been able to meet to get paid?
From what I understand, they have to go to the COG, the county has to pay for it, and then they have to come back to work for us for them to qualify, for the county to qualify for the reimbursement. I'll have to double check into that, but that's from my understanding.
So in this program, maybe we have a pretty good chance to get reimbursed once we...
Yes, from my understanding.
So. In the past, I mean, we run a $10,000 training budget. In the past, I always thought I couldn't afford to put a third of it in one person's enrollment in the academy that I don't know if going to come back to work for me. a 30-year annual training budget for somebody that I just couldn't weigh it out. But now we're up against a deal where we're losing those people to somebody else, and we're looking for good applicants when they're walking out the door, going to other agencies around. And Hector, we can sit back here and name them, and I thought we had 5 or 6. He gave me 4 or 5 just off the top of his head in the last year. That's the trend that we're battling, and that's what we're wanting to do to try to offset that and get better. And we're open to recommendations along that line. But like I said, we've got a draft. We're trying to make sure that it's an enforceable deal that we can work out later. Or if there's something we need to do from Marcia's perspective that makes this more attractive for us.
It probably would be good for y'all to put together a criteria for enrollment in that, like time frame, like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
Set some minimum standards, yes, sir.
Maybe even an age situation where you might not have somebody that's 57. You know, because you might have that. You need to
That's true.
be able to look at, look at the whole thing. What's going to make it good officer?
I don't know if anybody in the jails is over time, but yeah, there's some that probably don't need to go to the street. But
Except Bubba.
You're not too far behind.
we're closer than we want to be.
That's it. I think that's a real good idea, and I think that deals with the budget too. If we're going to do something like that, we need to maybe put some sort of a little bit of seed stock in there for whatever might be good to help it out with. But certainly it's not this budget, the next year's budget. Instead of get everything together and just offer it. I mean, my gracious, that's as good an offer as you can offer somebody that's 18, 19, 20 years old. Wants to be a police officer. You gotta pay your dues first. You gotta be 3 years, 4 years.
Well, and when we do the job fairs at the high school and elsewhere, we go with the intent of recruiting detention officers. Explaining to them that in the state of Texas you can't be a patrol officer or police officer until you're 21 anyway. So the advantage of at least getting your foot in the door in a detention environment, and while you're not in a patrol car all the time, you're getting as close a view of what really goes on as I can give you. And you may find out this is not something I really want to do for a career. But if you'll stick that out for 3 years at some place and learn the ropes behind the scenes, so to speak, and then hit 21 and apply for an academy, I believe you're going to be ahead of the other cadets in the academy that haven't worked in a detention center, just because of the things that you've watched in booking and you've seen officers write reports and you listen to them when they brought people in. You've learned a lot. The on-the-job training is I don't know how you put value on that, but it puts you ahead of people.
AEPs to the meter readers years ago, when we had meter readers, and you could pick out great candidates, and they were committed to staying even when they get into another position, like lineman or this one, maybe deputy, and they would be less likely to move on because that's kind of their home.
Well, that's the other deal that we did discuss the other day that I wanted to throw out and let you know. And the other deal in the detention center is making you aware that because the FCC caps on what we do with the phone system, the revenue stream there doesn't exist anymore, does it?
No, it does not, no, sir.
And in the budget, you showed revenue was going down, but part of that was because of, housing out of county.
Yes, sir. We did drop the revenue for the federal inmates.
We have more county inmates for other counties now than we do the feds. In a discussion with the marshal 2 months ago, he came to do his inspection. He didn't even really give us a lot of optimistic projection for next year. He's talking about year after next. Why he was rolling it out that far, he just didn't see detentions in federal courts improving even next year. But he said year after is what within his group of people are talking about. So that's the downside. At the same time, you can look at spending less on food, but my belief has always been I have a certain embedded cost with air conditioning, with electricity, with insurance, with You know, and the game to me, and we've always strived to get as close to that 190 prisoners as we can, which is what jail commission considers our max, even though you got 213 beds at 190 is capacity. And if we distribute that cost over 190 instead of 165, we're a lot better off. But we've housed in the last year for Gonzales County, San Pat, Clayburg, I want to say Calhoun maybe as well. Right now we probably house more for San Pat than anybody else. In fact, San Pat probably has as many prisoners in the detention center right now as we have feds and the others. San Pat is, but when they finish their construction over yonder, that'll change as well. But there are other jails that are crowded, and right now we're not facing that dilemma. Our dilemma is the courts are working at accelerated pace, and we're still on track next year for 24 jury trial dates, which means every other week we're going to be sending jury notices on an average to somebody in this county. And you add to that, this week we're picking a county jury today, so we're tying up.
Sheriff, have you reached out to other counties, ones that you aren't housing for? Like I've heard the Live Oak County judge at a COG meeting saying that they might have considered just having enough cells for their court dates and housing everybody else in some other jail.
I'll reach out to Busby. I have not spoken to Busby. No, about
I might have the county wrong, but it's right in that vicinity. Live Oak or McMullen,
whoever, yeah.
One of those.
Carnes County they had extra capacity at the jail prison, but I understand the jail is terminating contract with the county, so they may be looking for bed space also in Carnes County.
Okay. We will make those contacts as well, yeah, because I mean, the closer to 190 we set, the better off we're going to be all the way around the budget. And in the meantime, yeah, we're going to have some expenditures lower, but not many of them. Food's about the only one I'd say right now you'd see a decrease. Transportation is still going to remain the same because jail staff still does all in-state transports. Look over there, and like I said, 2 years ago, my wife realized we had 6 vans. You got 6 vans, you have to come on the right day, and all 6 of them are gone.
So you see them on the road.
You know, they're headed in 3 different positions in the state, and we're taking people to federal court still and somebody to a hospital or doctor. We took an inmate back to the doctor this morning, our hospital in Corpus, and informed they don't have the equipment there for the surgery he needs, and they want to take him to San Antonio. So now here we go. Wasn't what we planned on yesterday or even this morning at 6 o'clock, but things change, and we start tying up people that Hector's already scheduling people to accommodate that trip to San Antonio, knowing we're going to be overnight there with an inmate. Just a it's a game of constant change and adjustment for things that's going on. So the transportation costs I don't look to go down at all. At the same time, Matt came in this morning and I signed a receipt. By the way, Michael, Matt's back. I don't know if you know. $1,600 in travel where he went out of state to pick up an inmate. He does all the out-of-state transports and drives what he can. There are some times where we do fly because distance and weather. But most of the time he tries to do it in a vehicle because we control more of our progress and how far we go. We just need to find a jail that'll accommodate us overnight. We do pretty good at that. Across the other part of the budget, you're going to see I do have quite a few requests for salary adjustments from individuals, which brings me to another dilemma that I do have in the sheriff's office. I don't have a very distinct separation of pay as I start to promote people. A little over a year ago, had a sergeant's position open and somebody didn't apply, and I asked him why. He had been a sergeant before. He said, been there, done that, and I realized, well, I do it for nearly the same pay I made as a deputy. The salary study showed that when we get to that level, while we were comparable to other people at a deputy's level, we fall behind when we start talking about supervisory positions, my sergeants, my warrant officer, my training coordinator who oversees the property room as well. Named Hector last week as my jail administrator, but I couldn't do it until we had to adjust his pay because of what Mondo had been doing over the years. Had it set up for Hector to become jail administrator, is going to take a cut in pay. So we had to back up and figure out a way to correct that within the budget and make it a deal where Hector, he wasn't going to be penalized for taking the job title for something he's been doing for 6 to 8 months anyway. And he is named the official jail administrator for Aransas County, and it was just one of those things where we get to the supervisory positions and we don't have a good distinction and differences in pay, and some of them are working for, can or can't, and I need to find a way to reward them. The fact that I'm capped, I can't hold them back when they're doing the same job that some other county is paying $12,000 and $15,000 more for. While I may not get everything I'm asking for, I'm asking that we give strong consideration to move into some of the recommendations of the wage study and survey that went out, and we know what Sandpat pays for a sergeant, and Sandpat makes nearly what I do. You get to a chief deputy and forget it. He's making what the county judge makes for the chief deputy in Sandpat, and we've got to find a way that we get what we pay for, and we're going to lose some people, qualified people that wouldn't run for my job because of what I'm paid. But the people below me, I can't hold them back for that same reason. I want to retain them, but I want to pay them a salary commensurate with what they do, and that's the reason for the request of individuals that I've requested adjustments on their salary, which exceed a step or two. We can discuss any of them at any time, but I'm just trying to move in a direction that sizable today, but if we've been doing it over the last 18 years, it wouldn't be that big a jump today. Just ask that y'all would give that a consideration. I don't know what you're going to do about the survey study, whether I know it's an expensive deal to adopt it across the board. I can only make my case for the people that represent the sheriff's office.
It will eventually cost you from not making the right decision at the right time.
I understand that. Any questions y'all have about what was presented last week, or clarification or anything, or anything else we missed? Besides the job adjustment for a cadet, or whatever we want to call it. Because I know we put together the deal a couple of weeks ago and came in here, and as soon as I left, I thought, I should have done this, should have done that. And you don't write it down, then I come back here 2 weeks later, and I know I'll leave today, I remember something that I meant to bring before you then and remind you of even today. But I wanted to make you aware that we are going to see an expected revenue cut, not only in inmate housing, but in the commissary account. That's important because we do pay half the commissary's salary out of that, the commissary officer.
And I did drop that amount by half.
Because we're not going to have the revenue stream that we had before, because the FCC cap more than anything else. The phone system is not going to generate the revenue that it did in the past, even though we're expanding some of the services and we're working on bringing tablets in, which will be at no real cost to us, but we were hoping that it was going to open a revenue stream, but at the same time was when the FCC stepped in and said, we're capping it across the nation. But providers cannot charge more than X amount, and so it makes it tough for them to decide where they're going to deploy that technology. It's expensive, and they're not going to enjoy the same revenue opportunity. And there's the bigger jails are really going to see a cut. But
is there a reason why they did that?
Because there were probably some jails that I'm going to say abused it, and from their position, they're looking at the family at home. When we had 65 or 80 federal prisoners, they weren't arrested out of this community. They were housed here, but their families might have been in Michigan or out of the valley. You know, their opportunity to make visitation personal was impossible. You know, they couldn't afford that trip to come down here for a 1 hour window to visit their husband or brother or wife or whatever. So they relied on the telephone. And when telephones were getting to the point that they couldn't afford that call, you know, I'd caution you. I used to tell people before, if you get the call in the middle of the night and the operator said, "Will you accept a collect call from a jail?" The answer would be no. Those rates are stiff. You know, you want to make that a short call. But when families are trying to visit, they weren't afforded that opportunity. And that was part of the decision of the FCC. They're thinking, gee whiz, we need to rein this in and consider the prisoner. Well, I can appreciate that, but the reality is that's an expensive technology. And I wrote a letter to the FCC on behalf of the other sheriffs in the state of Texas, explaining to them that to cut that, you just forced me to we canceled the deployment a year ago of the tablets because we were going to end up paying at that point. And I said, the very person that I'm trying to help and impact, I would have offered video visitation to that family in Michigan, which now I had to take back because you took away my funding source to do that. Apparently there weren't enough sheriffs that expressed that problem dilemma because the money that's made off of that by law goes back to the morale, welfare, and well-being of the inmate. I can't spend it for anything else. It's in the commissary account. It is spent for him. But if I don't have enough to pull it off and sustain it, we had to cancel it because you've lowered the revenue stream on that, which was we were going to use to pay for it. Came catch-22 for us.
We are still looking at doing the tablets. Now they've come back with zero cost for us, at which point we could make revenue off of video, games, movies, music for the inmates to listen to, which would be a revenue for the county. Just not the phone calls or the audio phone calls.
And so the only output for revenue is the above basic service. They'd be able to do movies, that kind of stuff, and they pay for it. But the deal of the phone call and the video, that costs. But, you know, they were, I think the company realized that the only way to move forward and even make a little bit off the other was to go ahead. So they've come back with a proposal that's zero cost to us. Because, like I said, about a year ago, I pulled a plug on it because we couldn't justify the expenditure to roll it out when there wasn't going to be revenue to support it. We'd have to sustain things down the road that wouldn't be there.
Any other questions? No. All right, thanks, sir.
Nope, appreciate it. Motion to adjourn.
Do we do motion to adjourn?
We don't have to for hearings.
No. All right. Well, it is 2:34 and we are adjourned.